Shem yichud kodsha brichu ushchintei hineni muchan umezuman lekayem mitzvat aseh leshem yichud kodsha brichu ushchintei hineni muchan umezuman lekayem mitzvat aseh shel sfirat ha'omer shel sfirat ha'omer shel sfirat ha'omer shel sfirat ha'omer sheva Shabbatot temimot tihena sheva Shabbatot temimot tihena Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam asher kidshanu b'mitzvotav v'tzivanu al sfirat ha'omer al sfirat ha'omer Sfirat ha'omer sheva Shabbatot temimot tihena sheva Shabbatot temimot tihena Shem yichud kodsha brichu ushchintei hineni muchan umezuman lekayem mitzvat aseh leshem yichud kodsha brichu ushchintei הנני מוכן ומזומן לקיים מצוות עשה של ספירת העומר, של ספירת העומר, של ספירת העומר, של ספירת העומר.
שבע שבתות תמימות תהיינה, שבע שבתות תמימות תהיינה.
Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam asher kidshanu b'mitzvotav v'tzivanu al sfirat ha'omer, al sfirat ha'omer, al sfirat ha'omer, al sfirat ha'omer.
שבע שבתות תמימות תהיינה, שבע שבתות תמימות תהיינה.
L'shem yichud kodsha brichu ushchintei hineni mukhan umezuman lekayem mitzvat aseh. L'shem yichud kodsha brichu ushchintei hineni mukhan umezuman lekayem mitzvat aseh shel sfirat ha'omer, shel sfirat ha'omer, shel sfirat ha'omer, shel sfirat ha'omer.
שבע שבתות תמימות תהיינה, שבע שבתות תמימות תהיינה.
שקידשנו במצוותיו וציוונו על ספירת העומר, על ספירת העומר, על ספירת העומר, על ספירת העומר.
שבע שבתות תמימות תהיינה, שבע שבתות תמימות תהיינה.
לשם ייחוד קודשא בריחו ושכינתה, הנני מוכן ומזומן לקיים מצוות עשה. לשם ייחוד קודשא בריחו ושכינתה, הנני מוכן ומזומן לקיים מצוות עשה של ספירת העומר, של ספירת העומר, של ספירת העומר, של ספירת העומר.
שבע שבתות תמימות תהיינה, שבע שבתות תמימות תהיינה.
ברוך אתה אדוני אלוהינו מלך העולם, אשר קידשנו במצוותיו.
Chag Sameach.
Hello, everyone. My name is Rabbi Feivel Rubinstein. This is our little Shalom Zimri Rubinstein, our guest MC for the evening.
And I'm Rabbi Sydni Rubinstein. We are here in Dallas, Texas right now, but we live in Shreveport, Louisiana. We are so excited to welcome you to Mount Sinai on another Tikkun Leil Shavuot. This year, we are hosted by Exploring Judaism. We are so excited to learn all about character traits, about electric cars on Shabbat and holidays, and a whole lot more topics. we'd love to introduce you to our first teacher, Rabbi Jacob Blumenthal.
Rabbi Jacob Blumenthal is the CEO of the Rabbinical Assembly and USCJ, the United Synagogue of Conservative Judaism, the two largest organizations of the Masorti conservative movement. Following his ordination at the Jewish Theological Seminary, he served for 20 years as the founding rabbi of Sha'arei Torah in Gaithersburg, Maryland. I probably mispronounced that. Sorry, Maryland. Rabbi Blumenthal also served in various lay leadership capacities within the Rabbinical Assembly, including chairman of the Joint Placement Commission, member of the Executive Council and Administrative Committee, and our RA Vision Strategic Planning Initiative. He also played important roles in founding entrepreneurial projects in the DC area, including the Ramah DC Day Camp, the Den Collective for Young Adult Engagement, and the Faith Advisory Council for the Montgomery County Executive. Rabbi Blumenthal continues to live in Gaithersburg, Maryland, with his wife Marcy, and has two young adult children, Jory and Renana. And without further ado, we will let the learning commence. Take it on, Rabbi Blumenthal.
Thank you so much, Rabbi Sydney, Rabbi Feivel, and especially to Shalom. You can't miss starting out an evening with so much beauty and so much cuteness. So thank you to all three of you for hosting us this evening and for the warm introduction. And many thanks also to Scott Wasserman, who is the person behind all of this on the tech side, and also to the various folks at the Rabbinical Assembly and ExploringJudaism.org who have put this evening together, some wonderful teachers. So I'm happy to kick things off with some teaching, and then I look forward to wonderful teachers throughout the evening. Erev Tov and Chag Sameach. Wonderful to be together with everyone who is tuned in from all across North America and beyond as we welcome in Shavuot and begin the mitzvah of studying Torah together. I'll begin with a bracha. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam asher kitshanu mitzvotav v'tzivanu la'asok b'divrei Torah. Praised are you, God, ruler of the universe, who brings commandments into our lives, mitzvot, makes our lives holy through the study and engagement in Torah. So wonderful to have the gift of Torah this evening and be able to begin sharing it together. I do feel a little awkward because teaching in a classroom where I really can't see the students. So I hope you will feel engaged. Every once in a while, I will offer a thought question and just pause for a moment. Even though you won't be able to respond back, you could respond if you're studying with a chavruta, somebody else is in front of the computer with you. I hope maybe you'll share a couple words as we move through. The topic that I'd like to talk about is the Israeli Declaration of Independence for you were strangers, ki gerim heitem. The idea of democracy and Jewish values. Sometimes we think of democracy as being a modern invention based on a set of modern values, as opposed to something that actually has both ancient roots and, I would argue, Jewish roots. It may be a particular way of creating government that has evolved over time, but many of the principles of democracy, the values that it's founded on, and even some of the ways in which it works actually have very ancient roots, including in the Torah itself. I would commend to you, for example, a recent Teshuva by Rabbi David Golinkin, who is the president of the Schechter Institutes in Israel. A wonderful Teshuva that talks about the roots of some of the ideas behind democracy in Jewish law. Just as an example, one of the ways that we often think about a democracy is its separation of powers. And in fact, even in ancient times, the book of Deuteronomy, and then later on in early Israelite history, we find that in fact there was a separation of powers. There was a priest, there were courts, there was a king, there were prophets. So different functions within society were actually brought or were controlled by different parts of the system. The prophet often overruled the king. The priest was subject to sometimes the king or the prophet. So there were, in fact, these different parts of society, different interest groups that in fact, in the end, had to share power. And of course, within the biblical system, all of that was under the ultimate ruler of God. But we see that the way that things worked in a human system really revolved around a separation of powers. That's just one example. I want to bring us to a different idea about democracy. I'd ask you, first of all, to think for just, maybe 15 seconds. What are some of the other aspects of what we think about as a democratic system? What is essential to democratic rule? So you might have thought, for example, about a separation of powers. You might have thought about voting, the ballot box, the ability to form a majority as a way to then enact legislation, create law and policy for a polity, for a society. One aspect of democracy that we don't talk about, I think, enough is the idea that actually democracy is not just about the rights of a majority to make decisions, but actually individual rights. And the idea that each individual has certain rights. And that means that a democracy not only preserves the rule of the majority, but it also preserves the rights of minorities. This has become a huge issue, of course, here in America, where I live, and also within the politics in Israel in recent weeks and months. It's both an issue of majority rule, but also separation of powers, and also what that means in terms of the rights of minorities, of individuals within a democratic society. The concern that, for example, in Israel, judicial reform may be more responsive to the majority of a given coalition, but it may at the same time reduce or even eliminate the rights of minorities, minority groups, or individuals, and impinge on those freedoms. So all of that is wrapped up in a democratic system. And what I'd like to explore a little bit is this concern around the rights of individuals and minority groups, and how that is not just a part of a democratic system, one of the great inventions of the Enlightenment and the Emancipation, but also founded in the values of the Torah itself, and those values as they were later elucidated by some of our commentators in the Middle Ages, our traditional commentaries. So I'd like to start, if you have opened the source sheet, we'll start with source number 1 from the very first book of the Torah, from Bereshit, where God, as part of establishing a covenant with Avram, before he's Abraham, he's Avram, as God is establishing that covenant, God says, Vayomer la'Avram, Yadoa teda, Iger yihye zaracha, Ba'eretz lo lahem, Va'avadum v'inu otam arba me'ot shana. The Torah says that God said to Avram, know well that your offspring shall be strangers in a land not theirs, and they shall be enslaved and oppressed for 400 years. I'm bringing this verse because it is one of the first instances where we encounter the word ger or gerim, that you will be a stranger. Today, we often, in rabbinic or modern Hebrew, we sometimes use the word ger to refer to a convert. But that's actually a later usage in the Torah itself, and even in modern Hebrew. The word ger is actually related to the idea of being a stranger, a person who is not from the land in which he, she, they live, and may or may not have certain rights. And as a matter of fact, that is the definition here of what a ger, this category means. That by being a ger, by being a stranger, they will be enslaved and oppressed. They will be a minority, a powerless or a less powerful minority within a larger society. And because of that status, they are vulnerable to being either persecuted or even enslaved. So this is And this starts with the experience of the Israelites, of the Jewish people. Ibn Ezra's commentary, Ibn Ezra is a medieval commentator. He has something very interesting to say about this particular verse. He wants to understand what this term ger means. Ki ger yezaracha, because a stranger will you be, will your descendants be in this other land. And what Ibn Ezra says is that in Hebrew, a person who has a family is likened to a branch attached to its source. Therefore, such an individual is called an ezrach. For the meaning of ezrach is a branch. And then he quotes from Psalms, where we get the idea of ezrach ra'anan, sprouting tree with many branches. So he's saying the majority group is defined, a person who's a part of that is defined as an ezrach. And an ezrach is, we understand, using some philology, some understanding of Hebrew language, is like a branch that's attached to a tree. And then he says, on the other hand, a stranger is termed ger in Hebrew from the word gargir, which means a berry. For that person is like a berry plucked from a branch. Then he goes on to say that some people are not going to accept this rule, this idea. He calls them people who are chasrei lev, which our translation here says are unintelligent people. The word lev, which we translate as heart, was seen in the ancient world as the seat of knowledge. Today we see it also as the seat of feeling, right? So you could translate it as a person who's unfeeling or a person who doesn't really know. Now, why would Ibn Ezra say that? Why is he concerned that people might understand the word ger differently? I think the obvious reason is because the word ger we normally think of as coming from the word lagor, to reside, to live in a certain place. The idea is that a ger is somebody who lives somewhere as a resident, but is not an ezrach, a citizen. So what's interesting is that Ibn Ezra goes out of his way to say, no, it's not about your residential status. It's that somehow, even though we all descend from the same tree and grew from the same branch, a person who has the status of ger is someone who was attached to the tree and somehow fell off, either was plucked from the tree or fell from the tree, still has a connection, is still part of that species, but is no longer connected in the same way. We are all one human family, is what Ibn Ezra is trying to say, all descended from Adam, and from Noah. And yet, some people are clearly attached to that tree because they're part of the normative society in which they live and are citizens with full rights. And then there are others who are living in that society, are part of the human family, but for whatever reason aren't considered fully attached. And the question is, what should the treatment be of such a person? That's what the book of Shemot, the book of Exodus, comes to teach us. By using the experience of the Israelites and the Jewish people in the slavery experience that was prophesied by God to Avram in the book of Bereshit, we now come back to it to understand what is the meaning of that experience. The ger lo toneh velo tilchatzenu ki gerim hayitem be'eretz Mitzrayim. You shall not wrong or oppress a stranger, for you were strangers in the land of Egypt. Now, this is a very powerful verse, and in fact, not only is it a powerful verse, but this sentiment that because of our experience of oppression in the land of Egypt, we should not oppress others who fall into this category of being a ger, being a stranger, a resident alien. Because of our experience of being a ger in the land of Egypt, we should not do so when we are the majority culture in the land of Israel. And not only is this an important verse, but it's actually a sentiment that is repeated 36 times over the course of the Torah. So the Torah is very serious about not just the difficulty of being oppressed in Egypt, but also the result, which is that we should be an empathic people and an empowering people to folks who are not also part of the majority. And Ibn Ezra, the same commentator that we spoke about just a couple of minutes ago, comes back and doubles down on that idea. V'ger, ka'asher yakabel hager shelo la'avod avodat kochavim, lo tonehu be'artzecha. And a stranger, when a stranger commits him, herself, themselves, not to worship idols, in other words, takes on the general rule of law within a society, not in this case converting fully to Judaism, but just saying, yes, I accept some of the basic ideas within your society. You shall not wrong that person in your country because you are more powerful than they. Remember that you were strangers, like that person. When the Torah makes mention of the stranger who is powerless, it similarly takes note of the orphan and the widow who are powerless Israelites. After saying in the next verse, lo te'anun, you should not afflict or oppress, in the plural form in Hebrew, now the Torah says, im te'aneh, if you will afflict someone, using the singular version of the verb, because whoever singularly sees a person afflicting the orphan and the widow and does not aid them is also considered as one who afflicts another. In other words, what we could learn about democracy from this verse is the idea not only of what we do as a collective, but also and how the collective preserves individual rights, but also how we as individuals take care of people with less power or who are powerless in our society. If our societies in general have different classifications of people who are citizens and people who are strangers or not full citizens, if there are people who are powerful and wealthy and there are people who have less power, if there are people whose social status puts them at a disadvantage in the ancient world, that was people who were not attached into a household headed by a male, an adult male, those people were all disadvantaged economically and politically. And what Ibn Ezra is saying is not only do we need to be empathetic with that person, but also understand their experience as an orphan or a widow, even if they are citizens, and all the more so people who are not full citizens, who are considered to be in the status of ger, of being a stranger. So it's a very powerful idea, and it's then represented again later on in the book of Shemot through the idea of Torah achat yiheh la'azrach v'lager hagar b'tochechem. You should have one law for the citizen and for the ger who dwells among you. So this is very powerful, this idea that how is this going to be expressed? It's going to be expressed not by having one legal system for people who are citizens and one legal system for people who are not citizens, but even if certain people have rights that others don't have, they are all equal under the law. And that is, of course, a central tenet of modern democracy, here enshrined thousands of years ago in the Torah, and further developed by Ibn Ezra as just one example of our commentators who push forward on that. I want to then take a look at how these basic ideas of minority rights and protections of the powerless by those who ostensibly have more power, how that is then enshrined in the modern Megillat HaAtzmaut, the Declaration of Independence of the State of Israel. So we see, first of all, how this story that connects us empathetically to a more equal society is played out, first of all, in the beginning of the Declaration of Independence. The land of Israel is the birthplace of the Jewish people. The spiritual, religious, and political identity was shaped there. Here they first attained statehood, created cultural values of national and universal significance, and gave the world the eternal book of books, the Torah, that we've just been talking about. After being forcibly exiled from their lands, the people kept faith with it throughout their dispersion and never cease to pray and hope for their return to it and for the restoration in it of their political freedom. So we are retelling both the story of Egypt and enslavement, and also how that experience of enslavement, oppression, persecution, and banishment from the land of Israel was replayed in Jewish history. Now, impelled by this historic and traditional attachment, Jews strove in every successive generation to reestablish themselves in their ancient homeland. In recent decades, they returned in their masses, goes on to talk about the building up of the land of Israel by the modern chalutzim, the pioneers who created the infrastructure for the state leading up to 1948 and the writing and signing of this document. And then, as it moves from that story of oppression and return, it then talks about what the ideal should be for the state of Israel itself. If it was based in part on the ideas that are enshrined in the Torah and the pride we take of introducing the Torah into the world, here's how it defines the idea of democracy for the state of Israel. The state of Israel will be open for Jewish immigration and for the ingathering of the exiles. It will foster the development of the country for the benefit of all its inhabitants. It will be based on freedom, justice, and peace, as envisaged by the prophets of Israel. It will ensure complete equality of social and political rights to all its inhabitants, irrespective of religion, race, or sex. It will guarantee freedom of religion, conscience, language, education, and culture, and it will safeguard the holy places of all religions, and it will be faithful to the principles of the Charter of the United Nations. So what's wonderful here is, on the one hand, this seems like very modern language, the idea of giving political rights to all the inhabitants of a country, regardless of their religion. It's not just a Jewish state, it is also a state for all of its inhabitants, race and sex, guarantee freedom of religion, conscience, language, education, and culture. Israel is actually a collection of various minorities. When it was founded, it had an Ashkenazi European majority. Now that has been transformed. So many people Jews from all over the world have come to Israel, and it's a mixture of lots of different Jewish cultures and backgrounds. And then, of course, so many Arabs who have lived for generations in the land of Israel, other folks who have come to who have come into the state of Israel as guest workers, as refugees, and also the pluralistic nature of Israel, both culturally and religiously. For the Masorti conservative movement, one of my biggest concerns is that we, in some ways, are a minority in that space. And our rights to be able to, and facing the majority religious space, which is a very Orthodox or even ultra-Orthodox Haredi space, which has political power because of the way that Israel is structured in its democracy. One of the problems is that other forms of religious Jewish expression, including conservative Masorti movement, reform movement, even folks who are secular, is often put under a microscope or even limited or attacked. And so one of the concerns that we as a movement have around the idea of the judicial reform bill that's been put into the Knesset is that it would actually severely limit our rights as a minority in Israel, a religious minority in Israel, to do conversions, to perform weddings, to build synagogues, to really express our way of doing Jewish. Those pieces are already under pressure in Israel, and they are really defended currently through the court system, much more than through either the legislature, the Knesset, or its expression through the Prime Minister's office. So these are real concerns, of course, for other minorities in Israel, for Arabs, for folks who come from different parts of the world, for guest workers, for refugees. All of them face some issues, as is the case in any democracy. All democracies try to sort through what rights they are going to give to all sorts of people who are not either citizens, or even if they are citizens, they are like the orphan and the widow in ancient times, people with less wealth, less power, less status. So we learn really important truths from our Torah, not just in sort of some ideological or theological space, but actually tachlis, like how would it work to create a society that embodies the Torah's values. And the Torah says 36 times that one should take our experience of having been persecuted and enslaved in Egypt and figure out what that means to be an empathetic power when one has self-determination and autonomy. That's an important thing for us to consider as we both create the state of Israel, and also for those of us living here in the United States or in Canada and other parts of the world under democracies, what that means for our own responsibility, not just as voters, but as people who help to create a more fair and equal society. I will just say that I think this is one of the great challenges of our time. For the first time in 2,000 years, the Jewish people has self-determination in the land of Israel. We have not had this experience of having to worry about the rights of a minority. We have lived as a minority under so many different rulers for 2,000 years. What does it mean for us to come back to the land of Israel, to create our own state, and to then create a more perfect society? The Megillat HaAtzmaut, the Declaration of Independence of the State of Israel, gives us important hints about what that should look like. It uses modern language that is wonderfully rooted in the words of Torah. It says that all of the people who live in Israel are part of the tree, and even if they feel separated from that tree in some way, their rights need to be preserved, and we must think carefully about, both through the lens of empathy, our own experience and what it would be like to be in their shoes, and also through the idea of justice, of tzedek, what it would mean to create a more perfect society that we can control. So I hope it's helped, this shiur, this lesson has helped us think a little bit about the roots of democracy in our own tradition. This idea of minority rights, it's not just about what the majority votes on. It's not just about our ability to separate powers and create a balance of power within the government itself. It's also very much about this ancient Bill of Rights, this idea of what the rights are for individuals, from minorities, and how we need to create a democratic system that helps preserve them and uphold those very basic Jewish values so rooted in Torah. It's a pleasure to be together with you. I know our rabbis are going to come back on shortly to be able to introduce our next teacher. I just again want to thank them. And Shalom, you stayed awake for the whole shiur. I'm so impressed. Looks like you got a little bit tired going through it. So
we have some eye rubbing going on here.
A little bit of eye rubbing there, but it's great. I really appreciated the opportunity to teach this evening, to share some Torah, and just wish everybody a Chag Sameach.
Rabbi Blumenthal, Chag Sameach, thank you so much. Really fascinating to think of ourselves both as being that minority and also not being in that position to actually make change, and whether that's through individual voting or the democracy that we have in the state of Israel. I think that's a perspective that many of us probably don't spend too much time thinking about, is being on both sides of those coins, and what a unique position for us to be in. And I hope that others are watching today are inspired to stand up and take on those roles, whether that is through their vote, or if we've got some movers and shakers watching tonight, that they take that very seriously.
And I'll just say a short plug, which is one of the ways that our voice is heard in Israel is through what's called the World Zionist Congress. Zionism exists all over the world, even if we are not living in or citizens of the state of Israel. And there are opportunities to participate in that process, including voting for the World Zionist Congress delegation in 2025. I'll invite everyone to look forward to that opportunity as diaspora Jews to be able to have our voice in Israel.
Fantastic. Thank you so much for that plug. I know that I think the RA lets us auto enroll for that when we sign up every year. So I'm very excited. Well, thank you again. For those of you that are just joining us this evening, that was Rabbi Jacob Blumenthal. And if you missed his talk, or you came in halfway through, you want to hear what he's going to say, this recording will be available after tonight, so you can go back and watch anything you've missed. Before we present our next speaker tonight, I'd also like to take an opportunity to thank all of our sponsors that have made tonight possible. It's a long list here, so I'm not going to say them all in one go. I want to save some time, so we'll list a few of them after each of our speakers. So the first ones I'd love to thank are Temple Judea of Laguna Hills in California, Congregation Bethel of Norwalk, Connecticut, and Temple Bethel of Stamford, Connecticut, and Temple Shalom of Greenwich, Connecticut. Our next speaker is Hazzan Sara Gelber. She has served in conservative and Masorti congregations since 1992. She appreciates Zoom gatherings like this one that build Jewish community across miles. Having lived and worked in New York, Massachusetts, and Maryland, she is now on permanent retreat outside of Charleston, South Carolina. Hazzan Sara Gelber is going to lead us in some singing and gathering for Hag, or teach us about singing and gathering for Hag, one or both of the two. Thank you. And I see she's got prepared her mini Torah. She's standing on Sinai, ready for all of us.
Right. Here's your little Torah. Okay. Chag Sameach. It's wonderful to be with all of you. Our hosts are just such cheerful presence, and Rabbi Blumenthal's words were just so uplifting and inspiring. I wanted to share with you some of the festival music of Shavuot. I like to call it like seasonal merchandise, the stuff you see in the store only at certain times of the year. So for Shavuot, we have some seasonal merchandise, some melodies we only get to hear at this time of the year. So I'm going to begin with a nigun, a melody written by my colleague, Cantor Jack Chomsky. And then I'm going to sing for you some of our festival evening service. And I've got something else that I want to share with you too, that we only get to do once a year on Shavuot. So here's the melody. Lai, la, lai, 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 lai. Lai, la, 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 lai, 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 lai. Lai, la, lai, 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 lai. Kind of helps me get into a dreamy, anticipatory mood this night. Lai, la, lai, 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 lai. 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 And I'm going to sing the opening prayers of the festival evening service. And these melodies are from the East and Western European Jewish countries that are hundreds of years old. Lai da 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 Elachai Vikayam Tamid Yimloch Aleinu Leolam Vaed Baruch Atah Adonai Amari Varavim. I'm going to skip ahead in the evening prayers to the Shema and the section Via Hafta, and you can sing along at home. Shema Yisrael Adonai Eloheinu Adonai Echad Ve'ahavta et Adonai Elohecha B'chol levavecha ub'chol nafshecha ub'chol meodecha Ve'hayu hadvarim ha'ele asher anochi mitzavecha hayom al levavecha Ve'shinantam levanecha ve'dibarta b'ham B'shivtocha b'veitecha u'v'lechtecha v'derech u'v'shochbocha u'v'kumecha u'kshartam le'ot al yadecha v'hayu letotafot b'neinecha u'chtavtam al mezuzot beitecha u'v'she'arecha. I am going to go ahead now and sing the part of the liturgy that begins with Mi Chamocha. I'm going to start with Umalchuto. Umalchuto beratzon kiblo alehem Moshe u'Miriam u'vnei Yisrael lecha anu shira besimcha rabba v'yamru chulam Mi chamocha ba'elim Adonai Mi kamocha nedar b'kodesh Nora tehilot osef eleh Malchutecha ra'u vanecha bokei hayam lifnei Moshe Ze'eli anu v'yamru Adonai yimloch le'olam va'ed V'nehemar kifad Adonai et Yaakov U'gialo miyad chazak mimenu Baruch ata Adonai Ga'al Yisrael. I'm going to conclude the paragraph that begins with Hashkivenu, and I'm going to sing a melody that I think was written or at least notated by the late, great cantor Max Wahlberg, teacher of many Hazzanim. Uferos aleinu sukat shalomecha Baruch ata Adonai haporei sukat shalom aleinu v'al kol amo Yisrael v'al Yerushalayim. And I want to close this section of some excerpts of liturgy by going once again to that nigun for Shalosh Regalim, the three festivals. Lai, la, lai, 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 lai. Lai, la, lai, 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 lai. Lai, la, lai, 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 lai. Lai, la, la, lai, 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 this has me thinking of just, like to say the olden days. I don't think they were so long ago, but when I was a child and celebrating all the Jewish holidays with my family, and one of the first prayers that I learned how to sing was the Kiddush for festivals, because you sang it at the Seder, and I heard it so many times, I just knew it. And so it's always one of my favorite prayers to sing. So Pesach, Passover, Sukkot, and Shavuot, because they're the three festivals, they share some of the seasonal merchandise, the beautiful melodies, and they link the holidays together musically and also thematically. So, got my wine. If you have yours, you can use your wine or grape juice or other festive beverage. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam borei peri hagafen. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam asher bachar banu mikol am ורוממנו מכל לשון, וקידשנו במצוותיו, ותיתן לנו אדוני אלוהינו, באהבה מועדים לשמחה, חגים וזמנים לששון, את יום החג השבועות הזה, זמן מתן תורתנו, מקרא קודש, זכר ליציאת מצרים, כי בנו בחרת, ואותנו קידשת מכל העמים, ומועדי קודשך בשמחה וששון הנחלתנו. ברוך אתה אדוני מקדש ישראל והזמנים. ברוך אתה אדוני אלוהינו מלך העולם שהחיינו וקיימנו והגיענו לזמן הזה. לחיים. So this brings me to one more ornament, one more piece of seasonal merchandise that sometimes people are like, what's this? What do we have to do it for? Why can't we just take it out? Or even those beautiful melodies for the evening service. Sometimes people might be like, that sounds weird. Why should we do that? It's because we only get to do it a few times a year. That's why they're so special. And they sing to us, tonight is a special night. It's Shavuot. Tomorrow morning in the synagogue, between the time the person says the blessings of the Aliyot to begin the Torah reading and the Torah reading is actually read, we have an opportunity to sing a piyut, a poem that's hundreds of years old, that is written in Aramaic, that is 90 verses long, that's written in a very specific rhythmic and rhyming form, that is written with all sorts of acrostics in it. And this poem contains references to like everything that you would have studied if you got a graduate degree in Jewish studies. You have to know so much to understand the references to everything in the Bible and in a lot of rabbinic literature to really comprehend this poem. We're not even sure if when it was first written, if people actually understood it when they heard it. However, this poem, which is called Akdamut, was a great favorite. I could spend 45 minutes talking about the poem. I want to spend the time singing some of it to you. And I wanted to summarize it for you. It's not just 90 lines of saying, may I please read the Torah. It's more than that. And the melody itself. Again, this is an Ashkenazi melody. Not every single Jewish community in the world used it. And it's used for this specific poem, and it is also used, as you hopefully heard, in the Festival Kiddush, and it's used on Simchat Torah when we are calling up the people who have the Aliyah to finish and begin the Torah. And maybe you also heard, we have also recently, like only in the last 70 years perhaps, started incorporating that melody in other parts of the service to just give an ornament of, remember, it's the festivals. Here's that beautiful little festival, uplifting, melodic phrase. Okay, so I want to sing for you the first about 3 couplets of this Aramaic poem. Then I'll explain to you the rest of it. Akdamut milin v'sharayut shuta avla shakelna harmanu shuta bivave treyutalat de'eftach benakshuta bivare divare vetare adelikishuta Gvuran al minle, velasifak perishuta, givil ilurikie, kene kol churshata. Okay, Akdamut milin. At the beginning of the words. Before we speak words of Torah, let me say a few words. We can never adequately thank God for creating the world and sustaining us up until this very moment. Sure, the angels are special. They each get a chance to praise God. But we are even more special than the angels because we get to praise God twice each day, morning and evening, by reciting the Shema, which we just did together. Other people say, "What's so great about your God? Wouldn't you rather be with us?" We answer, how can you possibly think you all are better than God? Just wait. You'll see. I think there's a little talking smack at this point. God is going to defeat the other nations really badly. After that, at the end of time, God will reward our loyalty. We're going to celebrate. It's going to be like the most extreme, sick, lavish B'nai Mitzvah party of all time. Here's how it ends. Zakayin kishamatun shvach dashirata kivi'in ken tehevon bahanahu chavurata v'tiskun de teitavun be'ela darata are tetzitun lemiloi denafkin bahadrata miromamhu elahin bekadmata uvatraita tzvi ve'etra evan umisarlan oraita. The last phrases translate to, God is great. God gave us the Torah. Speaking of which, it's time to read from the Torah. It's time to learn more Torah. Thank you very much for being with me.
Got it. There we go.
Thank you. I love that idea of seasonal merchandise. My favorite seasonal merchandise for the season is, or for these pilgrimage holidays, is that tune that we use for Megillat Ruth and for all the pilgrimage holiday Megillot. Thank you for sharing.
Yes. Yes. Vayehi bimei shvot hashoftim vayhira ba'aretz. Thanks for thinking of that. That is, I have to say, got a connection to that. Not to get too political, but when I was coming up, girls did not read from the Torah on the Bima on Shabbat morning. No way. But our very enterprising, some of our very enterprising clergy, like my cantor Larry Avery, they taught us how to chant the books of Ruth and Shir HaShirim, and, Kohelet, Ecclesiastes. And so we could chant a chapter of those books at those holidays. And it was a real nice way to kind of get around procedure and protocol and do what we wanted to do, which was to sing and study Torah and praise God. So the Megillot are wonderful, and I do share with you that love of those melodies.
Thank you so much. Hazzan Gelber, while we have you here, I was just in a conversation not that long ago with a particular congregant who said to me, I'd really love the opportunity to learn more melodies that are out there. And I imagine many of our viewers tonight are probably in similar positions. The only things they know are what they hear in their community. Maybe they're blessed with a chazan. Maybe they're not. Maybe they're blessed with a rabbi that can sing. Maybe not. Where do you recommend that our viewers can go out and hear some of these traditional melodies or some more modern melodies and sort of get their feet wet, so to speak, with the rich history of Jewish liturgy and music?
That is a great question. Our cantors.org is like the simplest website to remember on Yom Tov. Cantors.org. Because we have a lot of recordings. Here's your Torah. I want to give your... It's too bad I can't give this through the screen. We have a lot of recordings and classes on how to chant different services. So that is the simplest place to tell you. And there's also Hadar. There is... You could really Google the melody that you're looking for, and you will find people singing it on YouTube. And at cantors.org, we also have a series. One of our series is Song Swap, and you could look on our website and sign up, and like once a month, our hosts will say, okay, tonight, this afternoon, we want to share different melodies for Friday nights. And you'll get to hear people do something they wrote, something they heard, something they kind of arranged. And it's every month, and you get so many ideas from it. So that is Song Swap and cantors.org. Those are just two of them. Another series that we have is Shir Chadash. And they will, I think, focus on specific like singer-songwriter cantors or people producing specifically new things. And there's a range of, how sophisticated, how elegant you want to be, how simple, do you want to be improvising, what style. I think whatever style of music you like, you will find some Jewish prayer music in that style.
Thank you. And all of that's available to the public?
Yes. And I have to say, during these last 3 years, I have watched a lot of services on Zoom. So like the Park Avenue Synagogue, it just is such beautiful singing and a variety of singing. So you could Zoom those services on a Shabbat morning or just watch the recording from a previous service.
And I know also I'm from Congregation Agudat Achim in Shreveport, Louisiana. And while we have a few congregants who have beautiful voices and who share their voices on the bima, we have a limited number of congregants. And oftentimes it's hearing myself or Rabbi Feivel singing. So it's really helpful to know those websites and to hear those melodies from other places. I know also I look on Spotify for a lot of my favorite melodies as well. Now, I know that Rabbi Feinstein is on and ready to go, but I'd love to hear just one more time. Can you sing that nigun that you introduced to us today?
Okay. This was my colleague Jack Chomsky, and he was in Columbus, Ohio for decades and retired to Israel. And this week I was sitting and thinking, I wish I had a different kind of a nigun that's just for Shavuot. And then he sent out to all of us Here's this nigun I have. It's just for Shlosh Regalim. See what you think. So that's what you call bashert. Lai da 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 da. Lai da 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 da. Lai da 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 da. Lai da 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 da.
Personal thank you for allowing Shalom to find his bedtime through that. So we greatly appreciate it. This may be the last time tonight we see him on screen, but he has thoroughly enjoyed your music and all of our presenters so far. Thank you so much, Hazzan Gelber.
Chag Sameach.
Our next presenter is going to be Rabbi Ed Feinstein. Rabbi Ed Feinstein serves the Valley Beth Shalom community in Encino, California, as a teacher, pastor, and visionary leader. He is a lecturer at the Ziegler Rabbinical School at the American Jewish University, where both Rabbi Sydney and I had the pleasure of learning from him while we were in school and continue to learn from him every time we're in his presence. I hope that you enjoy learning from him as well, just as much as we do. He's going to give us an owner's guide to the human soul, because, that's something we all thought we knew about was the soul. Yeah, right. But don't worry, you're going to know a little bit more about the soul through the wisdom of Abraham Joshua Heschel's Who is Man, as presented by Rabbi Feinstein. Feel free to take it away.
Well, good evening, and I'm delighted to be part of the project of putting Shalom to bed. I'm a congregational rabbi, and putting people to sleep is a specialty of mine. So it's wonderful to be together, and it's wonderful to be together with so many friends around the country, and I wish everyone Hag Sameach. Here on the West Coast, it's not quite Yontif yet, which is why we're sitting here at the computer and able to teach. And I hope wherever you are, it's a very sweet and wonderful holiday. This year, we mark the 50th yahrzeit of the great philosopher Abraham Joshua Heschel. The irony about Heschel's life and his death is that in life and then after his death, the Jewish community did not know what to do with him. The only magazine that devoted a full issue to his career upon his death was the Jesuit magazine America. Most Jews in America didn't read him, and if they read him, they only read The Sabbath, which is a beautiful essay. But they didn't really understand him. They didn't understand his theology. They certainly didn't understand his politics. Most of American Jewry in the 60s, the 70s, the 60s and 50s and 60s that he lived and wrote in America were entranced by the philosophy of Mordechai Kaplan and his sociology. And the sort of what we would call spirituality of Abraham Heschel just went right past them. The word spirituality in the 60s meant mysticism, superstition, something that was pre-modern and hard to understand. The irony is that now, 50 years later, Heschel is the most important Jewish philosopher. He's the one we quote the most. He's read very, very widely, and he is somebody in whom we take pride. And that's a wonderful phenomenon. So this year, I spent the year in my congregation teaching him, teaching his masterwork, God in Search of Man, and many of his essays from The Insecurity of Freedom and other books of his essays. And as you read Heschel's story, you get to the very end. And late in his life, in the middle of the 1960s, he publishes a very thin little book called Who is Man? It is easily the least read of Heschel's English language works. It's just a quick biography so everybody catches up. Abraham Joshua Heschel, born in 1907 in Warsaw. He is the heir to two great lines of Hasidic Rabbis. His father is a Hasidic Rebbe. His uncle is a Hasidic Rebbe. He's the he's the seventh generation from the Baal Shem Tov on his father's side, sixth generation from the Maggid of Mezrich on his mother's side. It's what you say in French, Tacha Yichis. And as a young man, he's a genius. He's an Ilui. And he is already being tagged as a young man to be the next great Hasidic master of Europe during the interwar years. But his father died when he was young, and his uncle takes over his education. And his uncle and mother decide that he needs more than just what's available in the Hasidic yeshivot of Warsaw. So they send him to Vilna, to a secular Jewish high school, where for the first time this young genius gets to imbibe Western culture. And he's so taken with languages, with music, philosophy, literature, art, that when he graduates at age 19, instead of going back to the Shtibel, back to the Warsaw Hasidic community, he goes to Berlin. And there he begins studies in philosophy. Finishes his PhD, he goes back to Warsaw 6 weeks before the war begins. Begs his family to leave, but they can't because they are so embedded in the community, and the community can't leave. So he kisses his family goodbye, and it's the last he saw of most of his family. He goes to London for a few months, and then he's brought to Hebrew Union College in 1940 on a program that rescued European scholars from the travesties of the Holocaust. In his biography, written by the wonderful Professor Edward Kaplan, they talk about the day that they had to come and tell him that his family had been destroyed, his family had been murdered. He didn't speak much English, so they took a couple of the students who spoke Yiddish, president of the college. They all went to his dorm room. He was living in the dormitory at HUC, and they tell him that his family is gone. And Heschel is despondent because this is his connection. Family is gone. The civilization that nurtured him is gone. The religious life of Eastern European Jewry that was so deep and so rich that he came from, that's all gone. And this terribly, terrible sense of loneliness of a man stuck in a world that's not of his own takes hold of Heschel. He makes a resolution, however, that what he will do is to open up his world to us. He moves to JTS in 1945, where he remains for the remainder of his career. And through the 1950s, he writes a series of theology books whose principal purpose is to allow us, secular, scientific, skeptical, modern American Jews, to take a glimpse into the deep inner life of a Hasidic Jew. It's a phenomenology, which means Heschel believes that religion is a way of knowing the world. You don't prove its veracity. You don't prove its truthfulness. What you do is open up your eyes to see it. See through my eyes, he says. And in his books, Man is Not Alone, God in Search of Man, Man's Quest for God, and of course that beautiful, beautiful essay, The Sabbath, he asks us to see the world through the eyes of a religious person. In 1960, he takes upon the translation and the rewriting of his doctoral dissertation from Berlin, a doctoral dissertation on the prophets, the biblical prophets, and he publishes it in 1962 under the title The Prophets. It's one of the most wonderful books on biblical scholarship. But something happens to Heschel at that moment. He changes. He changes, and in that moment, he realizes that he is called to a new career, not just to explicate religious life through theology and through scholarship, but to become involved. Just like the biblical prophets, he is invited to become involved. He's called, he's compelled to become involved. And ironically, at the same time, it is that very book, The Prophets, that brings him to the attention of those who are most involved in social change in the world at that moment. First, the American Civil Rights Movement. They catch that book and they realize this is a man who resonates with the tasks of bringing civil rights to African Americans. And Heschel is invited to give the keynote address at the 1963 White House Conference on Race and Religion. You might remember the first line of his speech is, "This isn't the first conference on race and religion. The first conference on race and religion took place between Pharaoh and Moses." And it goes on from there. And he becomes a hero to the civil rights movement. Later on in 1965, he goes to Selma and marches with King. He goes to Selma in order to add his voice and his face to the project of fighting for civil rights for African Americans. And then at the same time, that same book, The Prophets, brings him to the attention of Cardinal Bia, who is the cardinal in charge of Vatican II, in charge of creating the statement that will reshape the relationship between Catholics and non-Catholics, reshape the theology of the Catholic Church. Heschel becomes an informal consultant to the Catholic Church, flying to Rome to appeal to the Pope for a strong statement condemning anti-Semitism that would become part of Catholic doctrine. At the same time, Heschel is in contact with Jews in the Soviet Union, and he's the first one. In a Rosh Hashanah sermon, 1964, he talks about the necessity to save Soviet Jews, save Jews trapped behind the Iron Curtain in the Soviet Union. And in 1965, he begins noticing the Vietnam War. He becomes an active political character in the American scene and the American Jewish scene. The American Jewish community didn't know what to do with him. Had no idea what to do with him. And in the midst of this, in the midst of his political action, he's invited by Stanford University to give a talk. The Raymond Fred West Lecture was the prestigious lectureship offered to one world scholar on the topic of human behavior and human destiny by Stanford University, the philosophy department. So Heschel writes an essay. And that's what's in that book. He rewrites it later into a whole book form called Who is Man? And it is a remarkable statement. But before we get into that statement, let's back up just a little bit. We never think about Heschel as a post-Holocaust theologian, the way we think about, say, Richard Rubinstein or Emil Fackenheim or Elie Wiesel. But Heschel, I think, and this is what I discovered in my reading of him this year, as I read through his works once again, deeply affected by the Holocaust. In 1937, Heschel delivers a talk in Germany to a convention of Quakers. The talk is called The Meaning of This Hour. And in 1941, after he's come to America, as he's beginning to learn English, he gives that talk again, updated and changed, this time in Yiddish, and it's published in the Yiddish press. It's translated, and it's the last chapter in his book, Man's Quest for God. And it opens up Heschel's own response to the Shoah, Heschel's own response to the Holocaust. What he says there, which is so remarkable, he says, and I quote, "The outbreak of this war was no surprise. It came as a long-expected sequel to a spiritual disaster. Thoughts bred for years, mistaking the abortion of conscience as intellectual heroism." Heschel says the Holocaust was no surprise, because for generations, we had denigrated human beings. For generations, we had obfuscated right and wrong, good and evil. For generations, we had lived with lies and said nothing. It's kind of prescient, unfortunately, and awfully frightening if you read it very carefully. It is a remarkable essay. And this idea that the abortion of conscience, what a horrifying phrase, is what's mistaken for intellectual heroism. Those who have given up any kind of moral judgment, any kind of ability to respond to the world through the eyes of good and evil, that's what's taken as moral heroism, intellectual heroism rather, in our world. That's what gave birth to the sensibility that allowed for a Holocaust. You know, the Satmar Rebbe was once asked why the Holocaust happened. And he, of course, said it's God's will. And the Satmar Rebbe said that the Holocaust was punishment for the Jewish embrace of Zionism and of modernity. That's obscene, of course. And Heschel would never tell us that the Holocaust was in any way deserved. But he does say that the Holocaust, that God was involved in the Holocaust. And the test was that we, human beings, civilization, Western civilization, were faced with evil, and we didn't respond with strength. We didn't respond with strength. He said, if you don't fight evil in times of peace, you will fight it in times of war. It is a remarkable essay. And what Heschel reminds us in that essay is that the battle against evil, the mitzvah of standing up, of voicing our opinion for the good, is expected of us as Jews. That's why we are in the world. And that a sensibility which obfuscates, which erases the difference between good and evil, a sensibility which allows for lies to fill the political sphere, a sensibility which doesn't take morality seriously and doesn't ask us about our national character. That sensibility is what brings on disaster. The end of the essay, he says, the greatest task of our time is to take the souls of men out of the pit. And he ends with a beautiful statement, which is apropos of this Shavuos evening. He says, in the Midrash, it says that when the people Israel stood beside Mount Sinai, the Torah's word is tachat hahar. So the rabbi said, what is tachat hahar? What is tachat hahar? Tachat can mean at the foot of the mountain, but literally means beneath the mountain. And so the Medrash tells us that what God did is pick up Mount Sinai and hold it over the heads of the people Israel and says, how would you like my Torah? If you like my Torah, I'll put the mountain down and we can all have a conversation. But if you don't want my Torah, this is going to be your grave. It's a scary, scary Midrash. But what Heschel says, and he wrote this in 1937, and then he wrote it again in 1941, is that once again, God holds a mountain over our heads and says, what are you going to do about the world you're living in? What are you going to do about the world you're living in? And now I understand that Heschel's theology and his scholarship and his political writing all come from the same source. Having witnessed the destruction of the world that he so cherished, having lost his family and all the people he loved in the world, having seen travesty and atrocity on such a grand level, he understood that it was his task, number one, to rescue the souls of human beings from the pit, to give us back a religious sensibility that might protect us from that amorality that gave us the Shoah. And number two, to stand up and speak himself, to be a moral exemplar of how one responds when evil abounds about us. Well, now we come to 1963. And in 1963, in the middle of this new awakening of his political activity, in the middle of the awakening of his work on civil rights, his opposition to the Vietnam War, his awakening to Soviet Jewry, his work with the Catholic Church, and with so many other things, Heschel is called upon to give this lecture, a very philosophical lecture. The first irony of this, of course, is that JTS never took him seriously. They refused to make him a professor of philosophy. He was instead a professor of mysticism and ethics. And by mysticism, they did not mean something complimentary. He was shunted aside. He was never considered one of the serious scholars at JTS. And of course, his political activity put it even farther, because they didn't understand what he was doing. The second thing that's so important at that moment is that around him, the 1960s are brewing. These lectures are given in 1963, rewritten in 1964, and published in 1965. Those of you who know a little bit American history know that's the beginning of what we call the 60s, the beginning of counterculture. 1963, President Kennedy is assassinated. The Vietnam War is escalating. The counterculture is beginning to grow. Heschel is living through all of this, and he has a statement to make, something to say about this upheaval going on around him. And the third thing that's so interesting about this book is that it wasn't given to a Jewish audience. I mean, God in Search of Man is a philosophy of Judaism. Non-Jews can certainly read it, and I have lots of non-Jewish friends, especially ministers and priests who have loved it. You can read all of Heschel's books, but this book was particularly given to a non-Jewish audience, and not even to a religious audience. He's talking to secular, scientifically minded philosophy students at Stanford University. And what does he say? What does he say? Well, he begins with the most remarkable statement, and you can read this in the text. It is a remarkable conversation. He starts by saying to us, what's the question? He says, and I'll quote this, "We know so little about the humanity of man. We know what he makes, we don't know what he is. In the characterization of man, for example, as a tool maker is homo faber. That's what Benjamin Franklin called human beings. Or thinking man. That's what Aristotle said. Reference is made to functions, not to the being of man." And here's the line. Listen carefully. "Is it not conceivable that our entire civilization is built upon a misrepresentation of man?" Let me read that again. "Is it not conceivable that our entire civilization is built upon a misrepresentation of," I apologize for the sexist language, "of the human being? Or that the tragedy of the modern human being is due to the fact that he or she is a being who forgot the question, who am I? Who is man? The failure to identify himself, to know what is authentically human, authentic human existence, leads human beings to assume a false identity, to pretend to be what he is unable or fail to accept what he is at the root of his being." Now just imagine, what if our whole civilization is built on a misrepresentation of what we are as human beings? I'm an educator by trade and by training. What if schooling is aiming at the wrong goal? What if we're training the wrong parts of the child? What if we're looking at an ideal human adult when we're thinking about the child's growth and development, and it's the wrong goal to be looking at, the wrong aim to be pointing toward? It's a remarkable question. What if there are parts of us that we have simply forgotten? Heschel at this point comes into a sort of tradition of European philosophers, and we know the Jewish ones, who understand that modernity, for all of its blessings, for all the blessings of technology and medicine and convenience and comfort, for all of the blessings that modernity has brought the Jewish people and brought humanity, something important of our humanity has been left out, ignored, undermined, subverted. Martin Buber, who was his friend and his teacher, talks about the duality between I-thou relationships and I-it relationships. All of life, he said, is relationship. There's two kinds of relationships. I-it relationships are functional. The bank teller, the security guard, the bus driver. I-thou relationships are intimate. They're loving, reciprocal, mutual relationships. When I don't see what someone does for me, I see who they really are. And most important, in those I-thou relationships, I am seen for who I really am and not simply for what I do. Buber says the problem with modernity is that we have no time for I-thou relationships. No patience to develop an I-thou relationship and try and sustain it. Instead, all relationships slip into the functional, what we do for each other. Modernity privileges the I-it relationship, and that is the source of the deep anxiety that modern people live with. Yoshe Ber Soloveitchik, the great Rav of Yeshiva University, talks about two kinds of people described in the first chapters of Genesis, Adam 1 and Adam 2. David Brooks, the New York Times columnist, has made a great deal about this and explained it in beautiful ways in his most recent books. Adam 1 is majestic man, technological man, man who gains power over nature in order to accomplish things in nature. Adam 2 is existential man, existential human being, who answers the question, why am I here? What am I doing here? What is the meaning of my life? Existential questions begin in defeat, says Soloveitchik. It's in failure and defeat and facing death and mortality that we most frequently ask the questions, why am I here? And it's through that pursuit, that inquiry, that we discover the deepest parts of ourselves, the parts that really give us quality and value, not just power and technical ability. Says Soloveitchik, I am the lonely man of faith because I live in a society which understands majestic Adam 1 and has no patience for existential Adam 2. Once again, it's this dualistic critique. Heschel doesn't make this explicit, but he's telling us the same thing. Modernity has left out an element of our humanity. We are looked upon as economic creatures for what we can create, what we can do in the world, and we are forgetting about who we really are. He says scientific skepticism blocks the whole inquiry. Because there's no scientific way to ask this question, because we are implicated. We are implicated in the question. And more than that, there is a sort of, phony intellectual sophistication. When I was a kid in college, I remember this, the most popular people were the ones who were the most indifferent. There was a sort of indifference was an indication of intellectual sophistication. If you really cared about something, there was something wrong with you. Heschel says, I'm implicated in this. This question is deeply important to me. And the second thing he says is that it has become de rigueur, it has become popular in intellectual circles to denigrate human beings. To talk about human beings as simply animals. Talk about human beings as rubbish, as low, as with the worst impulses. Where do we talk about the best of us? And so he creates a catalog. He creates a catalog of what I mean to myself. In order to answer the question of what's human in me, he does a sort of inventory. What do I know about myself? And he starts out by saying, number one, I'm precious to myself. I matter to me. And no human being would ever say, I am the average man. The news can call me an average man. The pollsters can call me the average American, the average middle-aged American guy. But I'm not that. I'm unique. I'm precious. I have opportunities to grow. What I am today is never what I'm going to be tomorrow. I'm always growing, always changing, always open. I live in a world of reciprocal relationships where I do for others and I deeply care about others. I have a deep sensitivity for moments that are sacred, moments that are sanctified. And then Heschel says, the one thing about human beings that truly makes us human is that we seek meaning. We seek meaning. And what does he mean by that? I want to know that I'm needed. I want to know that I'm important to someone. I want to know that I matter. I remember I was once teaching Genesis to a group of kids. And I got to that point in Genesis when God says, Lo tov heot adam livado. It's not right that human beings live alone. And God creates all the animals for Adam. And I said to the kids, how come no animal satisfies the human being's loneliness? And how come God doesn't come and be his friend? Well, I'll be your friend. And there's a little kid in the back of the room who raised his hand, a kid who never spoke in class. And he said the most wonderful thing. He says, Rabbi, the reason why neither the animals nor God can be the human companion is because they don't need him. I said, what? He said, look, my dog is a wonderful dog and he loves me a lot. But if I let him go, he would do fine in the neighborhood and he'd never come back. And God created him. God could create another one. What we all want in life is someone to say, I need you. I want to know that I'm needed. And that's the source of meaning, says Heschel. You can't find meaning within. Meaning is from a transcendent source. It's got to come from beyond society and beyond ourselves. And the response to that sense of needed, says Heschel, is a sense of indebtedness. Something is asked of us. Indebtedness. Religion begins, says Heschel, in the sensibility that something is asked of us. And it's in that tension of my being now and being asked, being called upon, being invited to participate, what he calls in the drama of redemption, being called up from my lonely individuality, my lonely solipsism, into a world that needs me. That sense of indebtedness to that world. I owe something to that world. I owe something to those I share the world with. That breaks me out of my egotism, breaks me out of my solipsism, breaks me out of the narrow bonds of my loneliness, and gives me a sense that I'm somebody. I really matter. I don't know if you've ever, if you spend as much time in cemeteries as I do, too goddamn much time. But I walk around cemeteries and I have this bad habit of reading the grave markers. And you want to hear what's interesting? Not one of them says A.B. Harvard. I've never found a grave marker where someone listed their SAT score or their net worth. Every one of them says what? It says loving mother, caring father, dear friend, creative soul. They all talk about relationships. They all talk about the relationships. At that moment, facing death and the death of a loved one, what we value is not someone's net worth, not what their value, their power, their money bought them in life, but rather what they gave, how they connected, how much indebtedness they felt. That's where it starts. That's where a real human being lives, says Heschel. Indebtedness. I want to add just one last word because we have just a moment more, and then I'll turn this back to our dear friends, Feivel and Sydney. Our conservative movement is involved now in a very, very important conversation. We are facing now the fourth, fifth generation of American Jews. We are deeply entrenched in modernity, deeply embedded in a modern society. We have all imbibed this wonderful idea that we are individuals walking the world, and it's very, very hard to speak the language of mitzvah, a language of commandedness. Yes, I know today is Shavuot, and it's all about 613 commandments or 10 commandments, but the whole language of commandment, what does it mean? Heschel has given us an understanding of what it means to be commanded. What it means to be commanded is not to be told what to do. What it means to be commanded is a very powerful sense of my humanity when I'm called upon, invited in, when someone whispers to me, not shouts, but whispers to me, we really need you. We need your energies and your strength. We really need your efforts. We need you to make a broken world whole, to bring healing where there is brokenness. That's what commandedness can mean. And what Heschel's telling us in this book, Who is Man, is that is an essential element of being human, something that modernity forgot, and something that we would be well rewarded if we remembered. I want to wish you and your families and your congregations, your communities, nothing but joy and happiness on this Chag Bikurim, a time of first fruits. I would recommend to you, please, open one of Heschel's books, any one of them. Open God in Search of Man, read it slowly. Open Man is Not Alone, read it slowly. Open Who is Man, and enjoy the reflections of a deep and powerful soul who begged us to see the world through holy eyes. Zecher Tzadik Livracha, may his memory be a blessing. Hag Sameach.
Hag Sameach, Rabbi Feinstein. That was so much to unpack in there. I don't know if I'm more struck by the notion as an educator myself of what if we're teaching the next generation based on a false narrative of mankind, or if I'm more struck as a new father on this notion of how do I teach my child to fight evil in times of peace so that, God willing, he never has to fight it in war. And to think of all that Heschel was as you described, a post-Holocaust rabbi in a way that so many of us don't think of him as, really just sheds light on the importance of understanding who it is that we are reading and not just the words that they've given us these years later. Truly wonderful and inspiring. So thank you very much for presenting tonight, and Hag Sameach.
Hag Sameach. Take care.
Thank you.
For those of you just joining, welcome. Chag Sameach. I just also want to remind you that if you've missed anything or if you'd like to hear something again that you've heard, this recording will be made available after the Chag. And I also want to take a huge opportunity here to thank some more of our sponsors. We've been doing this throughout our day today to make sure that such wonderful programming can happen. A big special shout out to Tifereth Israel Synagogue of Des Moines, Iowa, Agudath Achim Synagogue of Shreveport, Louisiana, Congregation Beth Israel of Worcester, Massachusetts, and Congregation of Moses of Kalamazoo in Michigan.
Thank you, especially Agudath Achim. We're missing you here tonight and see you in just a few days. I would love to introduce Rabbi Zach Golden and Eric Leiderman. Rabbi Zach Golden is the executive director of Der Nister Downtown Jewish Center in Los Angeles, an experimental synagogue and cultural center, and he's the deputy Yiddish editor at The Forward. He was ordained at the Ziegler School of Rabbinic Studies just a year after us in 2020. I missed those philosophical conversations, and I'm looking forward to hearing some more of your philosophy today. Eric Leiderman, I only know through Facebook, but your Facebook presence has really strengthened conservative Judaism. You are an award-winning nonprofit professional with more than 10 years of experience working with youth and emerging adults. President and co-founder of Masorti on Campus, VP of Merkaz USA, and a board member of several other nonprofits. He studied sociology and religion at Binghamton University, majored in Judaic studies at the University of Hartford, and has spent time at Beit Midrash of JTS and the conservative yeshiva in Jerusalem. Eric and his wife Sara love calling Chicago home. The two of them are teaching about building the Mishkan for the 21st century. Thank you so much.
The floor is yours.
Amazing. Thank you so much for, it's always awkward having your bio read back to you. But
your life, you have to confront it.
Yeah. I'm very excited to be here tonight, with my Chavrutza Reb Zach. As was already said, my name is Eric Leiderman. I'm here in Chicago. And Zach and I will be discussing dismantling what I call the edifice complex that exists that we have left over from 20th century conservative Judaism in building our 21st century communities.
Yeah, and I do remember Rabbis Feivel and Sydney very fondly, so it's a real pleasure to be introduced by them. And we're going to talk about the scope of realizing that we had a problem, which I think is exemplified from Eric's massive Facebook presence, which we'll talk about, to where we see the solutions can go, where we think the world is heading, and how we think we can follow with it. So first, what is this Facebook presence that people might know you from?
So there are two Facebook groups that I started, but with my friends at the conservative yeshiva. One is called Surely This Will Save Conservative Judaism, which started as a memes group to poke fun at ourselves and these initiatives that synagogues have to try to drum up new membership in an effort to put butts in seats and to fill the pews, which is a futile effort.
Which I helped moderate and produced a lot of memes in the early years mostly out of sleep deprivation.
And really, Zach set the tone of like, this is only for jokes. Yeah. If you want serious things, go elsewhere. And we realized that people wanted serious things. So the second group is called Serious Discourse About Conservative Judaism. And Surely now has 3,300 members. And Serious Discourse has over 2,000 members. around 2000. So combined, they're definitely, I think, in terms of whole number of people, the largest conservative synagogue or the largest conservative community in the world. But it really exemplifies exactly why we're here tonight, to talk about what it means to build communities in the 21st century. People who are actively seeking Jewish community, who are actively seeking people who are similarly minded to them, who are actively engaged with their Judaism and love Judaism and love the values and the mission of conservative Judaism, but are unhappy with the legacy that we've inherited in our generation. I was born in 91, and really, how do we strengthen? What does it mean to build community, and what does it mean to have buildings that we have to deal with, or having buildings at all?
So the interesting thing about those groups is that they kind of put a bit of a damper on the myth that everything fell apart during COVID. So during COVID, people had a hard time showing up. People were doing things like this, going virtually. We kind of assumed collectively that this was that the deflation in numbers or investment or involvement in synagogues was because we had all collectively decided to change our habits. But this isn't true, because the size and the presence of those groups suggested that there was a structural fundamental weakness that had to be addressed, but there was going to be no opportunity to address it without some sort of catastrophe. And this is very similar to many phases of Jewish history where there are underlying historical structures that are changing, like, let's say, Roman occupation, and then comes the moment of disaster, the destruction of the Beit HaMikdash, and suddenly, 100 years later, we've got to change the rules and write down the oral Torah, and we have the Mishnah. So one disaster that people blame everything going wrong on is never quite true. There was an underlying issue involved, and we have to figure out what that issue is in order to build solutions for it.
Yeah, absolutely. So Zach and I, in coming up with what we were going to talk about tonight, I think really fixated on two main areas. One is Zach's area of expertise it's a living case study in Der Nister of what does it mean to build a brick and mortar synagogue community, with a physical space in Los Angeles. And the other side of it is thinking about communities of people, and that it's not about the physical space, it's about coming together as a group, whether in person or virtually. But it's about, what's it about, kind of. Yes. I don't want to jump to the conclusion, so we have 20 minutes.
So right. So first of all, one of the first source you brought was in a place where there are no men, be a man. Essentially, it's the ultimate call for entrepreneurial spirit. The interesting thing about entrepreneurship is that it's always defined as risky. But in times where change is happening, entrepreneurship is actually the safe option, not the dangerous option. And there are two main areas that people really like to poke fun of. One is like the very top-down approach that synagogues have traditionally had, whether or not the rabbis even like it, actually, at a certain point, because it doesn't reflect the realities people feel comfortable with living in. And I think the other has to do with there's a lot of changing cultural habits of people, where the need to Americanize under the rubric of Jewish religion is not as strong of a force as it once was 50 years ago, 60 years ago, and that people are looking for stronger cultural roots and cultural origins that take place in many forms, my specialty being Yiddish, but it really exists all over the world, all over the Jewish world in different ways. And those were the two critiques that I sensed coming up over and over and over again in those groups. And it's what I based Der Nister around, which is the idea that let's start with culture, let's start and let's start with collaboration, but then we have to figure out how that goes. Fortunately, Eric brought some guides on what that could look like.
Yeah. Okay. So in the text that we put together, so Zach had already mentioned the Pirkei Avot about, in a place where there is no leadership, you have to step up. Whether this is an obligation or not, I would dispute, but kind of, where there's a problem, where you see a problem, you have to come up with a solution. You can't just let there be a problem. And I really think that's happening now. We're living in an age of innovation. Jewishly, we're living in an age where pop-up minyanim. I live here in Chicago, and we are blessed with an oversaturation, perhaps, of Jewish communal organizations, of synagogues, legacy synagogues, new religious, Jewish communities, synagogues without walls, pop-up minyanim. We have the base movement, which, if you're not, it used to be called Base Hillel, now it's owned by Moshe House. But if you're not familiar with Base, look it up. It's taking the Chabad model of a rabbinic couple and having them live in a Jewish community to do Jewish, but making it progressive and pluralistic and removing basically any barriers to entry that even Chabad still has. And we have 3 of them in Chicago, which is phenomenal. And LA is getting their first one. That you can, people want, let's talk in concrete examples and move away from the big ideas. So here in Chicago, we have a pop-up minyan that I'm on the VOD of, committee of, called Trad Igel Shtiebel. And everything about it is right there in the name. 3 words: Trad Igel Shtiebel, traditional, egalitarian, this Hamish Shul thing from Europe. And what's happening there is really, I think, boils down what we want. It's people who are looking for a prayer experience, a worship experience that's no frills, that is made with a intended community. These are people who are Jewishly literate, that can navigate the siddur. There's a big hang-up. I don't completely get it, but there's a big hang-up in some spaces about page calling. People don't like page calling because it gives them a complex, as that we don't have time to go into the psychology of page calling, but it's a place where, they want people who are going to participate and not be spectators. They want people who are going to be able to lead and read Torah and give a Dvar Torah and act and be active members of the community. And they're not looking to grow into a brick and mortar synagogue. You want a brick and mortar synagogue? You have 3 down the road that you can choose from. This is specifically a once a month prayer community. And it's filling a need in the founders' neshama, their soul, of what they're looking for in a Jewish experience. And they think that it's lacking in the institutions. So they went out and created their own minyan, and now we're figuring out, is there longevity here? Is there, does this resonate beyond the people that started it? And the answer is yes. They're consistently getting 40 to 50 people per meeting, that it's drawing from 3 different communities. It's drawing from a modern Orthodox community, it's drawing from a conservative synagogue, and it's drawing from people who don't go to synagogue, that like this type of prayer experience, that enjoy community, but for a variety of reasons don't belong to a synagogue. And they're happy with a once a month situation. Yeah. So that's right here in Chicago.
And and so I would say, on the other hand, I chose the physical direction first with the idea that if you could make a small space beautiful in a certain way, it can attract a certain feeling that I think people are missing out on. I think both things come hand in hand. One is that there are lots of people who want to work together and be sincere about what they're doing. So that's one sort of angle that I noticed. It is being conquered. It is that was a structural problem that is being resolved in a sort of free-flowing minyan like this. My idea is to take that, but also add the idea of culture as a leading door. So our cultural events have attracted a lot of people. Our religious ones, not as much. But the idea is that we're in a massive cultural center in downtown Los Angeles with the goal of bringing a lot of people through the door who are looking for higher levels of Jewish cultural interest, or people who aren't familiar with it at all, and bringing them towards sort of a funnel of all being more learned together in a space that really suits what I believe are the spiritual needs that we collectively have. But this couldn't be possible in the direction we're going without a certain amount of institutional independence. And the goal for both of these is not to exist on their own, whether they're successful or not. It's to demonstrate that the Mishkan can be rebuilt anywhere at any time in this century. So if it works that people are getting together to teach each other and to get to know each other, and there were certain sources you brought in about iron sharpening iron, about loving each other, about just getting together and building each other. I would say rebuilding, from my perspective, in the rebuilding what we knew pre-Holocaust and bringing it back here. And in my opinion, also importing the cultural knowledge, the spiritual complexity, even the language. I sometimes write in my newsletter in Yiddish. I have more than one reader. I have quite a few readers of that. And the point being is that there is something that if demonstrated, as responding to those problems, it can become a model for everyone and everywhere, however they feel comfortable with, for the 21st century. And they're not just problems that are spawning out of nothing. They are, I believe, they come from the fact that after the Holocaust, we needed to have this sort of top-down situation. And we also had a situation of mass forgetfulness, mass leaving behind the old country and bringing in the new. And because that has faded away over time, that's just facts of sociology that would, we have to establish new models and bring them everywhere as they prove their success, or what's useful for each person's community.
And I think that links directly into the I'm serious about it. It's tongue in cheek, but I'm serious about it. The breaking down the edifice complex, because Exodus 25-31, if you want to look it up, goes into detail about building the tabernacle, the Mishkan, in the desert. 1 Kings 6 and 7 talks about building the first temple in Jerusalem, Solomon's temple. And it goes into excruciating detail, and it talks about the materials they used, and, built beautiful embroidered curtains and precious metals and fancy woods, and just, it's amazing. I love this old house. That's what I do instead of therapy. It's probably problematic, but being involved in the physical building of a project can have quite a powerful actual impact, psychological and physical impact on a community. And Zach, I know in Der Nister, you are very intentional with how you set up the rooms, and you have this gorgeous Ner Tamid that's in Eastern style, and it's stained glass, and I'm sure it fills, I haven't been there in person, but I've seen pictures, and it fills the room with amazing light. And it's so intentional of how you building your space. So thinking about, we have these synagogues from the 1950s, 60s, and 70s that are filled, they seat 500, 1,000, 1,500 people. Our communities, whether or not they were ever that big, that's like mythical numbers. We need to stop thinking about how do we fill the seats? And we need to stop thinking about, we have these massive buildings. What do we do? In some cases, sell the building. But it's, how many people are you getting? You're getting 50 people. You're getting 150 people. You're getting 300 people. That's amazing. You're getting one person. That's incredible. Let's talk about how do we build a space, a physical space that caters to those people.
And let's say you're keeping that building. The goal is is that you get to put your personal touch, your inner vision, your Bezalel inspired artistic sense of whatever corner you want. It can be as small as the room I'm in, or as large as a much larger one if that's possible. But to fill it with an aesthetic and a beauty that actually speaks to you. And it doesn't necessarily need a giant renovation. It can be selling. It could be whatever you need, temporary spaces. But the point is that I felt like I grew up in a corporate, praying in a corporate boardroom. That spirit made me rebel. That was one of the core sort of rationales I had to really think deeply about what does space do to us. And I thought it was very strange, aside from the building matter, but even the style of prayer, that you could walk into a church or a mosque, a really beautiful one, and not know what was going on, and just be overwhelmed by what was going on around you. And then you have to go back to the synagogue and like eat your medicine. And I'm like, Judaism and Jewish culture and Jewish spiritual life is just absolutely beautiful in its full splendor. And if you can take a little bit of it that you feel inside of you, whether in the way you talk to others or relate with others or are free to be Jewish with others, but also wherever you are, and not just in the like I am the synagogue, but in like where you literally are, it can change you. And I think that people who don't experience what that's like, when they do encounter that, whether it's in a beautiful old synagogue in Europe, whether they come to Der Nister, whether they're in a space where people are working together in this way, then they understand that there's something to aspire to, and that there's a direction that you can go into that breaks down the complex of what held us during the 20th century, but is not holding us any longer for the 21st.
Yeah. As we move into our final section, I want to think about the positives. Maybe I'm a contrarian, but I believe that conservative Judaism is not in decline. There's this common trope that like, oh, the movement's not, I don't know what that means. Okay, movements are made of people, and the people are here. The people, I mean, there's, 250 people watching. How many? 1,000 people watching. It's going to go on YouTube. Potential to reach, 6 more people. But we're here. We're not, the Jews haven't left. They may have moved from suburbia back to the cities, but the Jews haven't left. The American Jewish population is at 7 million now, and it's growing. So it's thinking about how do we continue to be our authentic selves and finding people who are not necessarily like-minded. As I was having a conversation with my father this morning, don't think about like-minded people. Think about similar-minded people, because you still need difference. You still need people who are going to give ideas that you haven't thought of before. Just looping all the way back to the beginning with the Facebook groups, I made sure I was not the only person running the group, and I'm still very much not. That we brought in moderators who were religiously diverse, gender diverse, queer, straight, and made sure that we had as many voices as made sense. You can't have a 50-person board running a Facebook group. You can have a 12-person board maybe, or 8, but bringing together different opinions of similarly minded people who are going to strengthen your community, and they all have friends, and they're going to bring people. And when you do something that works and jives with people, it's going to be successful. And if it's not successful, you try something else.
And to get to the last point on your sheet about this is going to be a sanctuary for all peoples, my belief is that we haven't really had the experience of, oh, I would love to walk into that church, but like, who would want to walk into my synagogue? I don't get it. I mean, maybe they're here to support me, but like, go to the synagogue, daven, I don't get it. If we become confident in ourselves and what we're adding to it, whether it's teaching each other collectively what our traditions are, what our spirituality is, how we've decorated a place, how we've incorporated culture that we thought was gone, but we're bringing back, whether it's Yiddish or from things of Ladino or of Mizrahi traditions, or Old Hebrew, or old things that we're trying to remember about cooking. Any of those things that we'll be proud to show them, and we won't fear anybody walking in. It will be a source of confidence that will attract the wider world, not to as an attempt to evangelize or convert or anything like that, but really, like, it's a mentality that we have an opportunity to reach that has felt so long out of our grasp, to have the confidence to be open, and that's what,
and have that pride, to have that pride in who we are and what we bring to each other, to our community, and then to the world as a whole.
But I think that is a good enough summary. But I would say that what it's going to look like for you and your community in any of those senses is going to vary massively, but it is going to, I believe, come from these two strands that we've identified. And the question is, how will it look like for you? It has to come from you and people around you. Yeah, I think that's the spiel, Eric.
Yeah. Zach didn't even go on a rant about the Ottoman Empire.
That's an old classic, Eric. It explains the lamp anyway.
Yeah. But it's really, the American Judaism is alive and well. Conservative Judaism is alive and well. And it's about, now I'm just repeating myself, but it's the communities of people and the communities of space, and finding those things together that, when I'm waiting for our moderators to jump back on, I'll use this minute to pitch Merkaz. I was just in Israel right after Pesach at the World Zionist Congress, which is the only forum in the world where Jews of every stripe are in a place to have discussion, and we vehemently oppose our brothers and sister Jews, and I don't know what the positive version of vehemently is, but we totally embrace our other brothers and sisters. But together, it was incredible when we sang Hatikva, that you have all these people who we just spent hours yelling at each other, sharing in a vision of one unified Jewish people. And it was really incredible. And if you haven't seen the articles in the Israeli press, they're probably coming out in the American press this weekend. There was a big win for our version of Zionism, of being open and inclusive to LGBTQ plus, to women, increasing the quota of how many women have to serve on a slate, and being really proud of what it means to be a Jew today in the world. And that the Israeli government doesn't necessarily speak for us, but that we can speak for ourselves. And that as the rabbis get back on, I just want to say thank you to Reb Zach for sharing these 30 minutes with me.
Yeah, thank you, Eric.
Chag Sameach to both of you, and thank you to both of you, to Eric and Rabbi Zach Golden here. Really appreciated that. I worked for many years at Camp Ramah in California, and we had so many conversations about their Mekomot Tfilah. What does it mean to design a space that is not a synagogue, that is in a different sort of environment? And it's just really fascinating to hear your take on what the space, how space really plays into what it means to be part of the Jewish community in today's world. And when we've got more time on another day, I'd love to pick your brains on, if somebody handed you, $10 million and said, hey, build a modern day Mishkan, I'd love to see your design plan. So maybe that's for next year's Leil Tikkun.
Absolutely.
And as a fellow Ramonic myself, I wanted to say that camps are absolutely an example of what it means to build sacred space and sacred community.
Fantastic. Well, thank you again both for being here. Chag Sameach. To the viewers who were looking for a second rabbi by my side, our son Shalom was so inspired by the passion of Torah that he woke up from slumber. So my wife is currently tending to him. So I'll feed this one But for those who have just joined us, welcome. For those who are still awake and have been with us from the beginning, I hope you are just as captivated as I am with all of the Torah we are learning here tonight. Our next presenters tonight are Rabbi Lisa Gelber and Rabbi Jan Uhrbach, and I really hope I pronounced that correctly. Rabbi Lisa Gelber serves as the spiritual leader of Congregation Habonim in Manhattan. She's a mother, spiritual director, breast cancer survivor, BRCA advocate, domestic violence educator, and Peloton enthusiast. Gelber strives to see and celebrate the extraordinary in others. And a graduate of Amherst College, Gelber began her rabbinic career at Herzl Ner Tamid Conservative Congregation in Mercer Island, Washington. She served as associate dean of the rabbinical school at her alma mater, JTS, for over a dozen years and was the first rabbi for Kehilat Shalom in Skokie, Illinois. This June, Lisa will receive an executive certificate in facilitation from Georgetown University. She serves on the board of governors for the New York Board of Rabbis and recently completed her service on the executive committee of the Rabbinical Assembly. Rabbi Jan Uhrbach is the founding rabbi of the Conservative Synagogue of the Hamptons, having served as a spiritual leader of the congregation since 1999. In addition to her congregational work, Rabbi Uhrbach is director of the Bloch Kolker Center for Spiritual Arts at the Jewish Theological Seminary, where she previously served as an interim dean of the Division of Religious Leadership and Pearl Resnick, dean of the Rabbinic School. They are here today to teach us hanging by a thread, Torah and the comfort of the unknowing. And since I don't know what they're going to be teaching, I am now very comfortable. So thank you to both rabbis for joining us here this evening, and the floor is yours.
Great. Thanks so much. We hope everyone will be comfortable and sitting in a little bit of discomfort as well. It's beautiful to be here this evening to study Torah and commemorate Shavuot. Welcome, Shavuot. We are familiar with each other as colleagues and good friends, so we will speak to each other that way as Lisa and Jan, and we're delighted that you are joining us for our Chavruta. We are going to learn a really delicious text and start with the plain meaning of the text and then see what's alive in that text and then what becomes alive in us learning this Torah. We are going to learn Midrash from this beautiful book, Dirshuni, which is crafted by Israeli women. And we thought that this evening, since we are both leaders in our movement, in the conservative movement, and women rabbis who took different paths to the rabbinate, it made sense to study such texts. And Jan's going to tell us a little bit about the text, and then we will dive in.
So this is a text by Tamar Biala called Aseret HaDibrot, the Ten Commandments, and we're going to read the text together and discuss as we go. I just want to say that this is a midrash that really goes to the heart of the nature of Torah and revelation, what it is, what it means, and both the midrash and our title both draw on existing classical midrashim, right? They echo classical rabbinic texts. We're not going to bring those references tonight because we only have a half hour. We really want to get to the text. So we're going to go directly to the text. Just know that there are midrashim lurking in the background. So let's start.
Okay. Here we go. Here is our text entitled Aseret HaDibrot, the Ten Commandments, very appropriate for this evening. It once happened regarding a young woman who was sitting in synagogue when the Ten Commandments were being read. And on that day, the reader was so precise, so exact in the chanting, that it seemed to her that she was hearing these words for the very first time. And she was astonished to hear the words, and her heart became aggrieved. She asked in her heart, "You shall do no work. You, your son, your daughter, your male slave and your slave girl, and your beast, and your sojourner who is within your gates, and his wife? What about her? Was she not also commanded to sanctify Shabbat? And this that is said, you shall not covet your fellow man's wife, or his male slave, or his slave girl, or his ox, or his donkey, or anything that your fellow man has. And his wife? What about her? Was she not also commanded not to covet her neighbor's husband?
So we're going to stop here for a minute. So first of all, like what's the problem, right? So it's obviously she's suddenly hearing, and I think it's amazing that this is in response to a reading that is so precise. She's suddenly actually paying attention to the words, right? And she hears something that she never really noticed before, and it's deeply troubling to her. And what's troubling is, where are women in this text, right? That you shall do no work. What, your son, your daughter, your slave, your servants, your beasts, the stranger. But what about your wife? Are women not commanded? And then, how could it be that the commandment not to covet is only addressed to your fellow? You shouldn't covet your fellow man's wife. Do women not covet? Like, why doesn't it say, or your fellow woman's husband, right? So all of a sudden, she realizes that, like, she's not here.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah.
And not only is she not there, she has entered an entirely new world.
Right.
An unfamiliar world to her. And I think it's so significant that this person who was chanting the Torah was reading so carefully, and I think it raises up for us the relationship between whoever's delivering the Torah and whoever's receiving it. And how are you in that moment that you're receiving Torah? You might not even be aware that you're ready to receive it in a different way, and that's what's happening to this woman. That all of a sudden the words that she's heard over and over and over again have new meaning for her.
Right.
And it's scary.
Yeah. I mean,
it's really scary.
It's like she goes off autopilot for a minute, right? And when you go off autopilot and suddenly the words that are so familiar become a little strange.
Yeah.
And you pay attention in a different way, and what she hears is quite troubling.
Yeah.
Right? So,
yeah.
So should we put a little? Let's get a little more. Okay. So I'll read the next piece here.
Yeah.
That young woman, tzadeket hayita. She was righteous. She was pious, and until that day, not a single foreign thought or doubt regarding the truth of Torah had arisen in her mind. Right? Like she gets with the program. At that moment, her heart became enwrapped in fear, beating and beating until she thought everyone in synagogue could hear the sound of its beat. Tears arose in her throat, which tasted of the deep, the Tehom, and the taste of the sea which had drowned the Egyptians. Amidst her fear and trembling, her soul fled. The Holy Blessed One gathered up her soul in the palm of God's hand, looking at her and smiling. God said to her, "How long have I waited for you, that you would come and challenge me, so that I might explain to you and give you that which has been hidden away with me for 3,000 years."
Amazing.
Amazing.
And so deliberate that she is seen as a tzadeket, right? Somebody this is familiar to her. This is her life. This is the way in which she lives. And all of a sudden, these things are here, these questions. And it's, when we were learning this originally, when we sat down to learn the text, our 90 minutes of Chavruta that we are now compressing into 25 minutes, I remember exclaiming, she's having a panic attack. Right? She can't breathe, and her heart is just wrapped up in fear and terror. And, I think it's interesting that the text describes her heart as opposed to some other part of her body, her heart, which is the seat of wisdom. It's like everything she knows is now being questioned.
Yeah, and I think it's fascinating. I love the language of the heart beating of knocking, right? And the reference to the dofek, and it's like I think it does sound like a panic attack, and she feels this, what she experiences as anxiety and fear. And I think of the famous line from Blake that anxiety is divine energy, right? That it's the call de dofek. It's the voice of the beloved knocking. Like she feels that her heart is beating and that everyone can hear it. She's exposed, and it's so terrifying. And actually, this is the moment of God kind of reaching out to her. That the thought that she's fearful of, because it's alien, because it's strange. It's the question you're not supposed to have. It's the non-pious question, right? Is in fact what God's been waiting for.
Absolutely. And it's public.
Right.
If everyone can hear this, if everyone can hear her heart like coming out of her body, everyone is witness to this. How almost humiliating to someone who has never questioned in this way. From the intellect to the heart, none of her body, her embodied person has not asked these questions. And all of a sudden, here they are. And these references to tears, I think, are also really powerful. The tears of the primordial chaos before the world became the world, and that continued chaos at the sea. Yes. The waters that drown the Egyptians saved the Israelites.
Right. And she identified, like the text identifies with the Egyptians here. Now, these are not the tears of redemption, although in fact they are, but she's not experiencing that way, right? She's experiencing or identifying, or the narrator is, with the fear that she's the Egyptians who are drowning in the sea because they're wicked.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Like that's what it feels like, when in fact it's the deep chaos. It's also the essence. It's and the other thing that I love about this. So there are deep references here to Exodus, right? The palm of, like, that God gathers her in the palm of God's hand reminds me of the moment when Moses wants to see, and God says, "You can't see, but I will
see
cover
my
you
shadow,
with the
my
palm
back,
of my hand," right? Like the palm of the hand. And then the other thing the language is so beautiful. Va'ani ehyeh meva'er lach. I will be the one to explain to you, but also like I will be your well, right? Like I will be ehyeh asher ehyeh. Like I'm less worried about the change that's happening than you are, God says, right?
Yeah.
Like I'm all change. I'm all in.
But I think that this is that beautiful relationship,
right,
between this woman and God. And I think that's where really the tears come in, because, okay, maybe the tears are the tears of chaos, the tears of the Egyptians. But I think here also the tears represent Mayim Chayim, living water. What's going to save her? God says, here it is. I've been waiting for this. It's taken you but not in in a way that's reprimanding. Like I've been really patient. I've been waiting for you. And now we're going to have this loving encounter, this relationship that's going to expand in a new way. And I think it does harken back to that idea of Shir Shirim, right? Not just Ani Yeshena Lili Bi'er, not just I sleep, but my heart is awake. But who's knocking?
Right.
Right? This is my beloved. And God is saying, here I am. I am your beloved. And here I am. And what you said about the palm, I just have it. I mean, we obviously have to imagine that God has a hand for this, but I just feel like it's coming here and saying, don't worry so much.
Right.
This is important.
Right.
This challenge, this is what our relationship is about. It's about this interaction.
Yes. And the palm gathers, right? It's like the pieces that fell apart, right? Mm-hmm. Something crumbles for her in asking these questions when, like, the Torah was perfect and everything, and I'm in the system. And then it crumbles, and God sort of gathers her up,
Yes.
Right. And says, no, like this, what the doubt, the question, the concern you just expressed, that's been like, I've been waiting for 3,000 years something's been hidden with me that you are only now revealing.
Yes. Well, but the gathering, I think, is not necessarily putting the pieces together. It is very much what you said. It's gathering her. It's helping her feel safe.
Right.
It's like a chibuk. It's like a hug.
Right.
Right. Because, I think God wants to explore this. Let me explain to you.
Right.
Right. This isn't a putting it back together, but this is your opportunity also to unearth what's here with me. Again, the tears. There's this beautiful text in the Talmud about tears, and that when you're giving a eulogy, when you're speaking about a tzaddik, and you cry, God takes those tears and puts them in the Geniza, into the sacred storehouse. So these tears are really what God, part of that collection is. And that's where I think this Mayim Chayim comes in, these living waters, these life-giving waters, that this is, something has broken. It's almost like birth.
Yeah.
Right? Something has this broken open.
Yeah.
Now that there's this potential and what's going to happen. And she's afraid, and God is saying, I'm here. I got you.
Yeah. So rich.
Yeah, it's gorgeous.
I want to make sure
let's go more.
Part of the text.
All right.
Yeah.
So exactly what we might expect when God's hand is there. She looks down. She casts her eyes downward and asked, did the Holy Blessed One not speak to women at Mount Sinai? God, I would be asking the same question. Were they not also commanded regarding the things God spoke to the men with thunder and lightning? The Holy Blessed One lifted up her head and said to her, when Moses ascended to me, I commanded him, have them make themselves ready for the third day. For on the third day, Adonai will come down before all of the people on Har Sinai. Since Moses distanced himself from women and had separated himself from his wife, he brought near to the mountain only the men. As it is said, Moses brought the people toward God from the camp. And at that moment, when only the men were around him, when Moses heard the commandments, he heard, you shall do no work. And he said to himself, and who will be punished for doing the work if not the man? And whose are the slaves and the slave girls, chattel and children, whom he can command to do work or rest, if not the man's? Therefore Moses wrote for them to keep the Sabbath in masculine language. And because he was not engaged with people, briot being in the feminine, for he had not been with his wife Zipporah for a long time, he didn't remember that women too have desire, your question before, right, about coveting. And so he did not include them in the prohibition not to covet.
So this is amazing.
I'm thinking about Moses and saying,
right.
You really weren't paying attention? You need some spiritual practice. Like you need to be more intentional how you are in the world.
Well, but I think also like what the author of this midrash is doing is, obviously the textual hook is verse 11 of chapter 19. God says, Adonai will come down before all the people. Right. And then in verse 17, it just says Moses brought the people, not all the people. So that's the textual hook. But what she's doing here is so remarkable, which is essentially imagining a mishearing, like a mistranslation on Moses's part, because he's not adequately connected to the fullness of the Jewish people, because he's not connected to women. In this moment when God speaks, he hears God's word refracted only through the lens of men and applying only to men. And of course, it's not just about gender, right? It's about, like, we all hear through the lens of our own experience. And so if we're disconnected from parts of the human condition, then we're sort of mishearing Torah.
Right. And it's such an expression of the power of out of sight, out of mind.
Right.
He hadn't been with his wife for a long time. He was gathered only with men, and that's what he was focused on. And that became his reality in those moments. And those moments were the moments of receiving Torah. And it obscured what he was able to take in.
Right.
Right? Not just the hearing with the ears, but the hearing with the whole being. The way in which this young woman is experiencing Torah with the entirety of her being.
Right.
And Moshe's experience here, as it's described, is something utterly different.
Yeah. And this is the written Torah, right? Like this isn't just the interpretation. Like the actual written text that we have has been filtered through the inevitable inadequacies and deficiencies of human consciousness. Like no one can hold the fullness of the human experience. And so, and if God is speaking to all of us, then any one of us is hearing something that's inevitably incomplete, but we can make it more complete by being more connected, right? The problem here is that he's not proximate. He's not proximate to the experience of people who are less like him.
Right. Which is different from, it's not saying he's not proximate to God.
Right.
Until you say that the experience of another person is an experience of God.
Right. Right. I just wanted to, I know we want to get to the end of the text and I'm watching the clock, but I want to just note the language here of the verb, zakef, right? Like that God lifted up her head, which we have every morning in our blessing, like zakef kifufim, like that God is the one who lifts up those who are bent over. And this is an image of her anxiety and embarrassment about her own question, looking down, and it's the divine who dignifies the question.
Yeah.
Right? No, this is the right question. You don't like that. So let me read the last piece.
And it's very, very gentle. And I think just before we go on, the other thing that comes to mind is a little bit of Avram.
Yeah.
Walking with his eyes down and really feeling abandoned. What's going on here?
Yeah.
And it's not until he arrives at where he can see the mountain that he's able to lift his eyes, and it takes him days.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So let's finish it. And
let's do the end. Yeah.
So that young woman asked the Holy Blessed One, if so, and Moses, who separated from women, could not hear those words which the Holy Blessed One ordained for them, will a sage who has not separated himself be able to hear? The Holy Blessed One's countenance became grave, like solemn, serious, right? And God answered her thus, any Beit Midrash that has no women, my word will not emerge from their hole.
Yeah. Amazing. Something very personal comes up for me when I read the end of this text, and that is my first pulpit. I arrived ready, excited to go, and I remember sitting not long after I arrived with my senior colleague, and we were talking about something that I needed to do, and I said, what are you talking about? And having just come out of rabbinical school, I think that's significant, that I can't do that. I'm a woman. I'm a woman rabbi. I can't do. And I remember he looked at me and said, I brought you here to be a rabbi. There's no not doing something because in your head, you don't have that power or authority.
Right.
Find your voice and use it. And that, I think, is very much this message that you are here to be a representative. You may feel like you've pushed the envelope by even asking the question, and now you feel like I can't take that extra step and put myself into the picture and be the one who hears Torah with the message that you believe should be there. You just can't do it. And God is saying, no way.
Right.
You have a responsibility to be present,
Yeah.
to
I
be
think,
there, to hear and to say it, to call it.
yeah. And I think that's the source of like, I love the change in the tone of God's response here. Like, no, this is really serious. And I
Yes.
think it's in response to the sense that she's dreaming too small, right? Like she's not asking for enough. The most she can imagine, and this comes back to her being a tzedekah, like she's a pious woman in the Orthodox vision of what a
Yeah.
pious woman is supposed to be. She can't even imagine that women would actually be in the Beit Midrash. The most she could ask for is a man who is sensitive to women, who's connected to women, being able to, and this text says, no, that you're not asking for enough, and that's not enough for the Jewish world. Like the Torah has to emerge from the fullness of the Jewish people, and it's not just about women, it's about everybody.
Right.
Otherwise, the Torah is not shalem.
Right.
Right?
And
Like
God is
God's
saying,
word is deficient in a sense.
correct. I agree. God is saying, put yourself in the story.
Right.
Don't read the story from the outside asking all of these good questions. Put yourself in the story. And I think here God becomes the ultimate chavruta, right? She challenges God and is freaked out by that. And God says, no, this is what we do. And
Right.
here now, I'm going to challenge you right back.
Right.
You know, you came this far. We need the diversity. We need to think expansively. We need to hear all of the voices. That's what it means to hear Torah. That's what it means to receive Torah. It's a gift of expansiveness and diversity and individuality.
Yeah. And that, I mean, just to think about our title, like in a sense, what she discovers in her question is she does walk to the edge of the Tehom, to the abyss of realizing this whole enterprise really is hanging by a thread. I mean, God's answer in some ways is really scary. This Torah that you are so invested in, that you've built your life around, is the product of a mishearing, right? Of a miscommunication. It's broken.
Yeah.
And that's terrifying because it is all hanging by a thread, but it's also comforting because that's the source of the dignity. You have a place in it.
Yeah.
Right? Like I've been waiting for you to come and point out the brokenness so that you and I together can move it toward something that's more whole and more true in that sense.
Yeah. And this idea that we can be in this space of not knowing what is precise.
Right.
To go from the precise hearing, having that be the place that throws it up all in the air.
Right.
And it's okay. We don't always know exactly what's going on. And we often have to turn things over. And we cry. And our heart beats out of our body.
Right.
And yet God is there for us. Just as we are there for God.
Right.
Because there is a deep partnership. And the partnership is seated in Torah.
Yeah. I mean, the mutuality, that the chavruta relationship, as you described, right? It's so, and there is, that sense of God's countenance becoming gray.
Yes, I was just thinking about that.
It's almost like God, a visual image of the stakes in this for God.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Like that like almost as though God's face is showing, I actually really need you here.
Yeah.
I need you to do this, right? That's the responsibility. It's not okay to opt out and leave it to other people. Once you notice, once you see, you have to speak up.
Yeah. Yisa Adonai panav elecha v'yichoneka v'yasem lecha shalom. That's it.
That's it.
Right?
Right.
Let my face, let the holy within you shine out, and that's what brings peace. And that's what she does.
Yeah. Well,
so fun to learn with you.
Thank you for learning with me. This is wonderful.
My list again. It looks like I just got unmuted, but thank you for learning for us, for learning with us. Dear Shuni's now at the top of my list. It's been knocked down before, but it's back at the top.
Excellent.
What your conversation and this midrash is reminding me of is when I come to a space where there's a group of adults, often a group of adult women who grew up in a time when they didn't have access to Torah learning, or they didn't have the same access to Torah learning as their male classmates. And it's wonderful to learn Torah with them because there's this ownership that they feel like they've never had before. It's like this woman in the Midrash coming to the Ten Commandments for what feels like the very first time, and discovering that she has a voice in this, and that she can question, and that she can challenge. And I see so many women going through that process, and it's pretty incredible. So thank you for putting that forward in the form of a midrash. I'd like to introduce our next teacher. Actually, before I do that, I would love to thank some more of our sponsors. I'd love to thank Fair Lawn Jewish Center and Congregation B'nai Israel of Fair Lawn, New Jersey, Or Chadash Synagogue of Rockaway, New Jersey, Pine Brook Jewish Center in New Jersey, Temple Beth El Makor Chaim of Cranford, New Jersey, and Temple Beth Shalom of New Jersey. Now, I'd love to introduce Rabbi Heather Miller. Rabbi Heather Miller is a school leader, a synagogue president, and founder of The Multitudes, an organization that seeks to raise DEI consciousness in Jewish communities. Heather serves as a USCJ board member and is a proud parent of 3 amazing kids who are descended from both freed slaves and Holocaust survivors. She is going to teach us about becoming better, exploring character traits in Jewish tradition. Thank you, Rabbi Miller.
I am so glad to be with all of you, and I am delighted to share my obsession with the text that we're going to study together tonight. When I was first asked if I would consider teaching this evening, I actually thought about going in a completely different direction. Like our host just said, those of you who know my work know that I speak on DEI topics a lot. But what folks who don't know me personally wouldn't know is that at the foundation of all of that work, it's really rooted in my Jewish values. And no, I'm not going to be talking about Musar tonight, though Savlanut is one of my very favorite words. And in order to have the stick-to-itiveness to persist on this path, I have found that we have to have patience in spades. But really at the heart of my values, particularly as a leader, is my obsession with Pirkei Avot. So we mine Pirkei Avot for so many adages in our Jewish communities, and there are many verses that even the most secular Jewish person, even the one who may think of themselves as someone who is completely disconnected from the derech, they will still know that they may not have to finish the work, but they're not free to desist from it either, even if they have no idea where that came from. In my outside life, I have been coaching someone in their leadership journey. And as part of the work that we're doing together, we're actually going through Pirkei Avot, like the entire book, one verse at a time. And they have found that an ethical compass can be found on each page. Aside from really rich conversation rooted in our shared Jewish values, it has served as this individual as an anchor in the stormy sea that can often be their work environment. And so when we're having our coaching sessions and she's describing the challenges that she's facing, so many of these verses come back to us. as a way to think through whatever the issue might be. My day job as a school leader isn't in a Jewish space, and yet these values are alive in every conversation that I have and in every decision that I make, whether I'm in the religious or secular part of my life. Pirkei Avot is with me. Am I a sealed cistern or a powerfully flowing spring? What do I hope will grow from the ground that my Torah makes fertile? And what will blossom on the tree growing at the water's edge? So, all of that's in there. So what I ultimately landed on for this evening is a dive into some of the values that are cultivated in this text, specifically unpacking some of the character traits that are listed and how they give us an idea of the person that we ought to strive to be on the journey to becoming the best version of ourselves. In this text, we learn that we're to be fair, and that fairness means listening with an open mind, as if both sides could be equally innocent or guilty, plausible or implausible. We learn to look at things from multiple perspectives. Ben Bagbag says that we need to turn them and turn them again before making our own judgments. And this is a mindset that serves us well, no matter what industry we work in and with any of the relationships that we find ourselves in, because Pirkei Avot reminds us that those too are important for us to preserve. We learn to fight fair and not to go for the jugular, even if you think that you're right and have the perfect thing to say that will checkmate any conversation, because if that last word might hurt the other person, we're tasked to withhold it, because winning an argument isn't winning if you lose a colleague or a friend or a relationship with a family member or partner in the process. The implications of this become really real in other areas of our lives as well, like when we're confronted by challenging texts in the Torah or the belief systems of others out in the world. Our first instinct might be to reject them and recoil, but Pirkei Avot challenges us to recognize in those moments that it's in those moments that our moral and ethical compass is spinning, like those real armpit sweaty moments. It's like in those times when that our values are being defined because we're faced with something that we know that we don't agree with. Our values are not created in a vacuum. It's when we're challenged that we figure out what we really stand for. So this actually recently came up for me in a Parsha study group that I was leading when in Parshat Achrei Mot Kedoshim in Vayikra, we have some of the most challenging verses to grapple with. The plain reading of the text reads as a rejection of our LGBTQIA plus family members, and we think, why do we even still read this? So the group pulled it apart, we leaned in, we turned it and turned it again, and we came to the conclusion that there really is no reconciling the words in chapter 18, verse 22, or in chapter 20, verse 13. But where we landed is that we still read them so that we remember that we need to stand up for them. Because in times like the ones we are living now, in real times, they're in danger. So at the core, at my core, before I turn on any Zoom screen or speak in front of any group, or in a very real way, in my real day-to-day, make a determination that can alter the path of someone's entire life, I do a gut check of my own values, and I come back to these verses for wisdom that keep me on my mission with my vision in sight. I firmly believe that before doing work out there, we must do work within. And it's hard work, but according to the pain is the gain. Did you know that phrase was so Jewish? Thanks, Ben Hihi. But I digress. So tonight, I want to look at a couple of lists of character traits. You have them in front of you if you downloaded and printed the source sheet ahead of time. But if I am being honest, I really like the Lev Shalem translation better than the translation that you have in front of you in Sefaria. So I'm going to be reading from this one. If you do not have a copy of this book, I hear that if you're so inclined, the RA might have a place where you might be able to procure your own copy. So there are many character traits throughout Pirkei Avot, but I want to focus on a few verses that give us sets of them in lists. We're probably not going to get through all of them, but I hope that you'll keep thinking about how they show up in your own set of values throughout the rest of the holiday and beyond. So before we get started, I'm going to recite the blessing that we say before engaging in Pirkei Avot study. For accessibility purpose, I will do so be'anglit. All Israel has a portion in the world to come. As it is said, your people are all righteous. They shall forever inherit the earth. They are plants in my garden, the work of my hands, in whom I glory. And now I take a breath because it has been a long day. And when I recite that blessing, it always seems to serve as sort of like a grounding meditation for me that sets the intention of what I'm about to think about. It moves me from whatever I was thinking about or doing right before, like putting my own kiddo to bed for the 50th time this evening, and into the intention to study. And so that connects me to my own prayer practice. And like when I'm meditating in the evening and hoping that I get my soul back in the morning, these are the tools, some of the tools that I have in my spiritual toolbox to try to earn it back. So let's look at the first verse. If you're following along on your source sheet, it is chapter 4, verse 22 in the Lev Shalem. It is verse 29, chapter 4, verse 29. So he also said, and that is Rabbi Eliezer HaKapar, he also used to say, those born are destined to die, the dead are destined to live, and the living are destined to be judged, and all this so that humanity may know, proclaim, and accept God is the Almighty, the maker of the universe, the creator of all, the one who discerns all, and that in the divine courtroom, God is the judge, witness, and plaintiff, and the source of ongoing judgments. May God be blessed, before whom there is neither corruption nor forgetfulness, neither partiality nor bribery, for everything belongs to God. Knowing that in the courtroom all proceeds according to the court's reckoning, nor should you allow your baser nature to convince you that Sheol could possibly be your permanent place of refuge from judgments. For without reference to your own will, you were you created, and without reference to your own will were you born. And without reference to your own will do you live, and without reference to your own will shall you die, and without reference to your own will shall you eventually have to give an accounting of your actions before the sovereign of the sovereigns of sovereigns, the blessed Holy One. I don't know about you, but I happen to be a visual learner. And this verse gives me a picture of this divine courtroom where my soul is on trial, and every single being that I may have come in contact with throughout my day or in my lifetime is called to testify for or against me getting my soul back in the morning, or for it to enter the great hallway. So think about it. If every person, even the non-playable characters, which if you're not a video game nerd like me, those are the characters in the background of video games that you really might not notice, but it's the sort of background people in our lives as well. And if they were called to stand for you and to testify for or against you, how would you do? What would they say? Did you cut anyone off in traffic today? Did you hold the door for the person behind you? Did you tip well? Did you look up from your phone at the post office? Did you say something that you wish you hadn't? And so as you're doing this accounting, if you're doing this reflection at the end of the day, at the end of time, if there's anything in that reflection that you wish you would have done better, what would it be? Pirkei Avot teaches us that we're not meant to be perfect. We are meant to learn and constantly strive to do better. It's when we intentionally make poor choices that we're in trouble. It's supposed to be a journey. So let's move on to our first list of characteristics. It is 5.7 on your source sheets. It is 5.9 in Lev Shalom. And so it goes. 7 qualities characterize the dolt, not a fan of that word, and 7, the sage. The sage does not speak in the presence of one greater in wisdom, does not interrupt a colleague, is not over anxious to respond to a question, asks pertinent questions and responds on topic, addresses first things first and last things last, says, I have not heard when that is so, and freely admits the truth. The dolt behaves just to the contrary. And so the first thing that I do is, what do I think about these qualities as I'm reading this? Like, what does it tell me about my own leadership? What does it tell me that I'm supposed to strive for? Is it right that we shouldn't speak in the presence of those who we perceive as being greater in wisdom than us? Earlier verses tell us that we're supposed to be lifelong learners. So if we're lifelong learners and we're all supposed to be teachers striving to be better every single day, are we not all wise about something? We're tasked with being confident and not being over anxious. Mind you, it doesn't say anything about a healthy dose of butterflies, but that is a quality that's a virtue, as is slowing down and being organized and intentional about what it is that we want to speak about. And I think, this is my personal opinion, but I wish the whole world would do some of that slowing down and pausing before posting their first immediate thought on social media, because not everything that pops into our head should be forever memorialized on the interwebs. But my favorite trait, actually, on this list is having the humility to admit when we're missing information because we have not heard, like really Shema level heard, and the fortitude to admit the truth. And when I read this particular verse, I read that as in a situation where it's hard to speak up, it's hard to stand up. A wise person does so even when their heart is beeping really, really fast. And that's an important quality. And so in the next 10 minutes, the last list that we will look at tonight is a list of 48 qualities of character. If we're able to embody all of these, we're supposed to be people in good standing. We do not have time to unpack all of them, but I am going to point out a few of them. And as I'm reading them, it is okay if a couple of them make you giggle or pause. So it's a list. I'm going to take a deep breath. The Torah is greater than priesthood and royalty, for royalty bearing is acquired through 30 qualities of character and priestly bearing through 24. But the Torah is acquired in 48 distinct ways. And these are they. Study. Listening carefully with one's ears, speaking clearly with one's lips, heartfelt understanding, heartfelt insight, fear, reverence, humility, joy, serving sages, bonding with colleagues, argumentation with students, reconciliation of conflict, study of scripture, study of Mishnah, minimizing sleep, don't agree with that one, minimizing conversation, minimizing physical pleasure, minimizing levity, minimizing sexual activity, patience, good-heartedness, faith in sages, acceptance of suffering, knowing one's place, being content with one's lot, making a fence around one's words, forgoing pride in oneself, being beloved by others, loving the omnipresence, loving other people, loving righteousness, loving principled rebuke by others, which many of us are not good at accepting and receiving criticism, loving decency, distancing oneself from honor, not being arrogant about one's learning, not taking pleasure in judgment, sharing another's burdens, giving another the benefit of the doubt, drawing another to truth, drawing another to peace, reconciling inconsistencies in one's learning, asking questions and responding in such a way that one first listens and then adds to what one has heard. Learning in order to teach, learning in order to precision, and saying things in the name of those who said them first. From this you may learn, said it brings redemption to the world. Like giving credit where credit's due, it's great. As it is said, and Esther spoke to the king and in the name of Mordechai. So that's a breath right there. And as you're reflecting for the rest of the holiday and beyond, I hope that you think about which of these you embody and which of those that you're still working on. I have mastered the minimizing sleep part. And really need to work on getting more of it. So I kind of disagree with the sages on that one. But may we all move through the world with heartfelt understanding, heartfelt insight, and with the ability to listen and really, really hear, to not allow our fears to keep us from doing right in the world with humility and joy and finding opportunities for joy. I think that those minimizing traits in the list are leading us to not do those things in excess, except for sleep, for the good of humanity. I know personally I need my sleep. But we don't want to do all of those things in that list in ways that lead us off of our missions. Like, too much conversation might lead to lashon hara, especially in our workplaces. But I think that most of all, I think we need to find more opportunities for joy. So I don't know that too much levity, sometimes that's what cures our souls. But overall, I think that if we lead with love and with this idea that those in our circles have good intentions and not being so big-headed that we lose our humanity, and remember that we are each human. We are each on our own journeys with our own struggles. I think that if we did that with intention, we would be in a much better place as a whole people. So if you internalize these traits and carried them out and tried to absorb some of them with that intention, how would you do in that eternal courtroom? And so I leave you with this thought. What can you strive for each and every day, not just during Elul? This is not just a mindset. I think this is Rabbi Ruttenberg would say that we should do this all of the time, not just, according to Pirkei Avot, the ledger is always open. So we should do this intention and strive to be better each and every day, not just during the high holidays. And so I charge you with thinking about which of these character traits, which of these values will best help you become the best version of you. And so as we close this study, I will close with the blessing that we recite after studying Pirkei Avot. Rabbi Hananiah ben Akashias liked to say, wanting to grant merit to Israel, the Blessed Holy One gave them the Torah. and its many commandments. As it is said, Hashem, eager to act for the sake of divine righteousness, makes the Torah great and mighty. So, I thank you so much for learning with me this evening. I hope that we have the opportunity to do so again sometime soon. And before my time is up, I kind of actually want to break the third wall for just a moment and share my own moment of humility. One of the next speakers, Rabbi David Fein, was my college rabbi we'll go with a few years ago, back when I was at Wesleyan, and he was so influential in my life that I grew up and became a rabbi. So being on the same lineup as him tonight has truly been a full circle moment. So I really thank you for learning with me tonight.
Thank you so much, Rabbi Miller. Chag Sameach, and always exciting to hear and see really that Sinai moment of our teachers passing down that Torah to us and what that looks like in real life. I know sometimes the congregants in our lives view us as not real people, so it's always exciting to be able to share that moment of reality with everyone. Truly thank you for being here and for your teaching. I think it's sometimes especially difficult to hear teachings that really call on you to not just be a passive listener to the material and to realize that, no, actually, I myself, listener here, right in my seat, like she's talking directly to me, and it's really important that we hear that and we embody that and we move forward. And if we had another 5 hours, I'd love to hear you unpack each and every one of those 48 and hear which ones you haven't mastered. Because the one of mastering not getting sleep, I definitely feel you on that one. I think rabbis are doing good on that one. So thank you again for being here. Really appreciate it. And Chag Sameach.
Chag Sameach.
Although Rabbi Miller gave a lovely beginning intro to our next speakers, I'll give another one as well. But before I do that, I just want to take a moment to say hello and welcome to those of you that are joining us just now. If you've missed anything before, or you had to step away either for your own child or for your own food or for any other reason whatsoever, and you missed something crucial someone said, have no fear. The recording will be available after Chag. So with that, we will continue with our final teaching of the evening, which will be presented by Rabbi David Fein and Rabbi Barry Leff. Rabbi David Fein was ordained at JTS in 1999. He serves as Rabbi of Temple Israel and Jewish Community Center in Ridgewood, New Jersey, and teaches Jewish law at the Zacharias Frankel and Abraham Geiger colleges in Potsdam, Germany. He's also a member of the CJLS. Rabbi Barry Leff was ordained in 2002 at the Ziegler School of Rabbinic Studies in Los Angeles after a 20-year career in high tech. He's a dual Israeli-U.S. citizen, currently serving as interim senior rabbi for Sha'arei Zion Beth El in Montreal, and is a member of the CJLS as well. When not serving in interim positions, he divides his time between Jerusalem and Las Cruces, New Mexico. And the two of them will be teaching on the driving tshuva. As a electric car owner myself, I am super excited to hear what they have to say on this particular topic. So I give you the floor with bated breath myself.
Thank you very much, and Chag Sameach. Also, that was beautiful words from by Heather Miller, although I appreciate that she just outed me as being in the older generation, I guess. But that's the cycle of the passage of Torah that we seek to establish Tikkun for tonight. Let me just paint sort of the scene of where this paper came from. Rabbi Leff and I both serve on the law committee, the Committee on Jewish Law and Standards. And one of the questions that had come up was what guidance could be given in terms of electrical cars on Shabbat? Is it permissible to drive an electrical car on Shabbat? So that begs a certain number of questions. Can one use electricity on Shabbat? Can one drive in a car in general on Shabbat? And these are questions that had been addressed by the Law Committee 73 years ago in the decisions in 1950. It was called the response on the Sabbath, and it addressed the burning of the fuel in the internal combustion engine, the ignition of the spark, and also addressed the question of electricity. And there were different positions taken there. So the position that Rabbi Leff and I took was to affirm the precedent of that decision and apply it to the issue of electric cars. One thing that we know today that the generations before us did not understand in 1950 was the impact on the environment of the of use of internal combustion engines, and so there's extra reasons today why, besides the Hilchot Shabbat, why it's preferable to walk, to not use a car when we don't have to use a car. It's preferable to use public transport over other methods. And then why would be preferable to use an electric car over internal combustion engine. Two colleagues of ours, Rabbi Mordechai Schwartz and Chaim Wiener, wrote a paper that's also before the Law Committee, and both papers are still on the table. And we expect the deliberations to conclude over the next few months. They held the position that that one should really not use a car on Shabbat unless it were for an emergency, right? If it's an emergency, a health emergency, then definitely use the car. But otherwise, the observance of Shabbat, they took issue with the 1950 position. Basically, they affirmed the minority view then that said that except for emergency, one should not use the car on Shabbat. We took the other side, and what we're basically engaging now is a relook at the elements of that discussion from 73 years ago, and looking at the different other types of halachic questions that have come up over the past 73 years on how we use electricity, how we use cars on Shabbat. And it was I think it was a wonderful opportunity for Rabbi Leff and I to explore and address some of those questions.
Yeah, so with that background, I'll jump into sort of talking about our paper a little bit. And we call it a renewed responsum on the Sabbath. Because we are in essence going back to the 1950 paper and addressing some of the same issues. And if you look at the driving Teshuva, there are some issues that we feel weren't addressed that should have been addressed. And so it's sort of a fresh look at the question in light of the change in technology. And one of the things Rabbi Feinstein and I do is really do hone in on that issue of what's different about an electric car versus an internal combustion engine. Whereas Rabbis Wiener and Schwartz were like, well, don't drive on Shabbat. It doesn't matter what kind of engine is behind it. So the first question to be addressed is, what's the status of electricity? And the question of electricity is one that's been addressed multiple times by the Conservative Movement's Law Committee. I think it's, and we do have time, our session's an hour, so we got time to kind of explore things a little bit. So what I'd like to do is sort of spend a little bit more time on the electricity question than we really do on our paper. Because in our paper, we just rely on precedent from Rabbi Daniel Nevins, Rabbi Arthur Newlander, that came to the conclusion that it's permissible. But some people wonder, well, why is it permissible? So to touch on that for a moment, there are different kinds of prohibitions we can have on Shabbat. And so I'm also assuming that not everybody is an expert on the halakhic process and how we formulate Jewish law and things like that. So for those of you who know this stuff, it's a little bit of review. And for those who don't, hopefully it'll help you follow the discussion. So things that are prohibited on Shabbat can be prohibited biblically or rabbinically. And the biblical prohibitions come from things called malacha, which is a technical term for a type of work that we don't do on Shabbat. And there are 39 different kinds of malacha that are forbidden on Shabbat. And on the other hand, there are prohibitions that are rabbinic. And in particular, there's a category called Shavuot, which are things that we don't do because they're really not in keeping with the spirit of Shabbat. So there are those, primarily in the Orthodox world, who argue that electricity in and of itself it's a biblical violation to use electricity. And they base that argument primarily on two things, saying electricity is a derivative of fire. So to take that argument first, the people who make that argument just don't understand electricity. They're rabbis, not physicists. And as you heard in the introduction, I worked in high tech for 20 years. I'm not an electrical engineer myself, but I'm a co-inventor on 2 patents, and I understand, circuits a teeny bit. And electricity is definitely not fire. And so why not? For one thing, what are the characteristics of fire? And what are the characteristics of electricity? With electricity, there's no combustion. A fire is burning something that continues to burn. There's no combustion with electricity. The essential characteristic of fire is there's a flame and it's hot. There's no flame with electricity. And electricity itself is not hot. Electricity has no temperature. Electricity is just electrons moving from one place to another. And if a wire becomes hot, it's because the electrons moving through it are heating the physical stuff in the wire. It's not because the electricity itself is hot. The electricity itself has no temperature. There are specific rules relating to fire that show that the rabbis recognize fire as a particular form. There are rules against kindling and extinguishing fires, that doesn't apply with electricity. We're not using electricity is not like kindling a fire. It's more like opening a tap of water. When the tap is open, the water flows. When the tap is closed, the water doesn't flow. And they have completely different natures and effects. So I think it's pretty easy to say that electricity is not fire. The other argument they use is that it's a violation of makeh b'patish. So makeh b'patish is striking the final hammer blow. It's another one on that list of 39 forms of forbidden labor. And it's like the final step of completing something. And it could even be, an example they use is a blacksmith. When he finishes making stuff, the last thing he does is he pounds the top of the anvil flat so that it's ready for use the next time. And using electricity is not at all like any of those activities because there's no physical transformation. We're not changing anything. There's no intentional creative act. There's no intention to form a creative act when you flip a light switch. You're not finishing the construction of something. You're just using it the way it's designed to be used. And so we don't see any the precedents in the conservative movement to say there's no biblical prohibition to fire or to electricity. You could argue that there should be a shvut or a rabbinic prohibition, but if you get into the rabbinic prohibitions, it's really electricity itself is something that's neutral. It doesn't do anything by itself. So it really, at the end of the day, all comes down to what are you using the electricity for? And so the two sources, and if you opened the source sheets that we had, the first one from Rabbi Nevins from 2012 is the precedent that the operation of electrical circuits is not inherently forbidden, is either melacha, a biblical prohibition, or shvut, a rabbinic prohibition. However, using electricity to power an appliance which performs malacha is forbidden. So you can't grind coffee with your electric coffee grinder on Shabbat because grinding coffee is forbidden. You can't grind coffee with your manual grinder. You can't use your electric stove to cook a grilled cheese sandwich, not because of the electricity, but because you're not allowed to cook, regardless of what the source of the heat is. And so if the activity is forbidden, it's forbidden whether you use electricity or don't use electricity. So that will then get us to the question of whether using a car is a permitted or forbidden activity, which is the essence of the paper. And I think the source we quote from Rabbi Newlander from 1950 on the use of electricity on the Sabbath is an important statement of this principle. Rabbi Newlander wrote, "Must be clearly understood that whatever use of electric apparatus we permit on the Sabbath, we allow only on condition that use is in consonance with the spirit of Shabbat. Thus, the telephone may be used for conversation, to strengthen family ties, to foster friendship and neighborliness, to convey a message of cheer to the sick, or for a similar devar mitzvah." And obviously what we're doing tonight is a perfect example of that. Here we are using Zoom and electricity to share Torah on a holiday. But that is certainly in keeping with the spirit of Shabbat and the spirit of the holiday, and especially, obviously, sharing Torah on the holiday of Shavuot. But the telephone should not be used for shopping purposes, for making a business appointment, much less a business transaction. So it's all about whether the use of electricity is in keeping with the spirit of Shabbat or whether it's contrary to the spirit of Shabbat. Rabbi Fein, you have anything you want to add on electricity?
Yeah, just in that area, there was actually some significant agreement between our paper and the opposition paper by Rabbi Schwartz and Wiener, in that they agreed that the use of electricity, that they don't see electricity as fire either, and that they do not consider it as a deraita, as a Torahitic prohibition of Shabbat, the way that lighting a fire or using fire is. They do, however, consider all uses of electricity as forbidden because they put it under this sort of amorphous category of shvut, comes from the word Shabbat, of rest, and that anything that you're using electricity to operate any type of device is something that they prescribe on Shabbat. And we are coming from the same base of understanding the essence of electricity is not in and of itself, right, forbidden. Question is the result of the use. Following Rabbi Newlander, as we just said, it depends on what we're using the electricity for. So that makes it a little more complicated position, but one that probably would guidance for a lot of the practice, I think, that we find within our movement. So we'll look at the next source after in the short source sheet. But first of all, actually, one more thing. Electricity is the main issue because there were two questions that the original driving paper looked at, two halakhic issues. And the first issue was the ignition of the internal combustion engine. And the second issue was the use of electricity. And the argument for why it would be permissible to ignite and operate the internal combustion engine on Shabbat was I think, an ingenious argument that they make in that paper, which is basically the argument that the result of turning the ignition in the car, the inevitable result may be the creation of a flame to consume the fuel, but that's not the intended result. The intended result is to get me from here to where I'm going. And when you have an unintentional but inevitable result, which the halacha calls a psik resha, which means a cut off of the head, comes from the sense that if you chop off the head of a chicken, you may not intend to kill the chicken, but the chicken will die. And the rule is that an unintentional result is a second degree prohibition, as opposed to the intentional result of your action, which would be a first degree prohibition. So because it's a second degree prohibition, it can be put aside if there is a mitzvah that it helps you fulfill. And in this case, the mitzvah is going to shul. That was their first argument. The second argument was...
One of the things with their argument is that, and it's interesting because when, we started working this paper, we both went back and looked at that 1950 paper closer. And as I looked at that paper, I think their argument for why the internal combustion engine is okay is compelling. It makes sense, but there's still sort of almost an aesthetic thing that what happens inside the engine, there's a fire. Right. So even accepting it intellectually as a valid argument, there's still something that leaves a little feeling of discomfort with the fact that it's a fire.
Right. And they concede that it is a prohibition. It's just that the prohibition, because it's second degree, can be waived if there's a mitzvah. They don't have to make that argument for electricity. In electricity, they can approach it as the use of electricity in and of itself is not prohibited on its base. It's just a question of whether you're using it for a prohibited action. So but at the start, it's not in and of itself prohibited, as opposed to the ignition of the flame and the consumption of the fuel, internal combustion engine, which would be in and of itself prohibited, and they have to override the prohibition. So that's why of the two halakhic questions that they look at, the question of electricity is an easier argument than the question of the ignition of the internal combustion engine, which is why our basic approach to electric cars, it's just a classic kalva. Well, it's not classic, it's a new question, but it follows the form of a classic kalva chomer, where if you could make the argument in the harder case for an internal combustion engine where you require two leniencies, and one of them is a more difficult argument than the other, electric vehicles, which only relies on one leniency, not two, and relies on the leniency that's easier to argue, kal v'chomer, then that would be permitted. So that was the basic approach that we took there.
Kal v'chomer being all the more so ex fortiori argument.
Exactly. So after that, and we could have just stopped the paper there at that point, but then we did, but we didn't. So we took the opportunity to address, as I said in my introduction, some of the other questions that have come up in the 73 years basically of living with the 1950 paper, and some of the other halacha questions that weren't addressed by it. The first of those is called Gezerah Shema Yitakein, which is an enactment to do something lest you fix the thing. And that's a general rule that says that if something in and of itself might be prohibited on Shabbos, so it might be permissible on Shabbos, nevertheless, it's better not to use this thing because it might break and then you might fix it. And the fixing of the broken tool would entail a violation of Shabbat. So an example of that is, it's one of the main issues with the use of musical instruments on Shabbat, where I say that was the musical instrument itself wouldn't be prohibited, but if it breaks, if a string in the guitar snaps, then you're going to tie a new string, and then that would entail a violation. And there are those who argue against musical instruments on Shabbat, and that's one, or a few others, that's one of the reasons why they would forbid. Those who permit musical instruments on Shabbat say, well, the Sabbath observant musician, or those, playing instruments in a synagogue, would be mindful and would be instructed by the rabbi to not fix the instrument should a string break or something else happen to it on Shabbat.
But the other thing is, it can make a difference what instrument you're using, right? If you're using guitar,
right.
For a guitar player, they break a string. It's like autopilot. They reach into the case, pull out a new string, boom, and away they go. I play the piano. If something happens to my piano on Shabbos, it's not getting fixed until
gotta wait for the tuner.
Call the piano repair guy,
and even more so in the 19th century. When they first, when the original Teshuvot about musical instruments on Shabbat came up, they're talking about organs, pipe organs, which are more so. I mean, nobody knows how to, you need a real specialist to fix that. So if it broke, it broke, and it gets fixed during the week. And that's relevant to our discussion about cars, because the question of Shema Yitakein comes up in terms of the question of a bicycle on Shabbat. And there was a discussion paper that the law committee had from 2015, Rabbi Jonathan Lubliner worked on that, and it talked about the pros and cons of using a bicycle on Shabbat. Basically, our approach there is, since those that law committee was already on record in a position, though there was a bit of a split decision there on whether you could use a bicycle on Shabbat, and it said, recognizing that the Sema Shema Yitakain, you just know not to fix it. So if the tire, you can't fix a flat tire on Shabbat, you can't fix the gear shift on Shabbat. And if we can be mindful of not doing so for a bicycle, Kal v'chomer, all the more so would we be mindful of not doing it with a car, especially an electric car. Which is basically a complicated computer on wheels, right? Where
I have a friend who owns a Tesla, when we were talking about this, he said, with the old cars, if something happened, you could pull over to the side of the road, lift the hood, look around, poke around, fix something, right? I mean, I remember one time in the 70s, I was riding my motorcycle somewhere and I melted the little piece of plastic on my points, and using a matchbook cover, I was able to fix it. With an electric car, he says he didn't even know where the motor is. It's all software. There's nothing that the user can mess with or fix in an electric car.
Right. So the irony is that with electric cars in general now are more computerized than ever before, especially with electric cars. For that reason, does not seem a significant concern. The source that we quoted from the Shulchan Aruch is the general rule that things where it requires an expert or someone with special skills to fix it, then the otherwise concern, if it's something it could break, I shouldn't use it on Shabbat because I might fix it, would not apply. And I'll read the source there. It says, V'yesh omrim, the Bizman hazeh kol sharei, that there are those that say that today everything is permitted, in terms of things lest they break. Ve'ein anu bikin bi'asiyat clear she. It's talking about musical instruments there, because we're not knowledgeable in how, we're not expert, we're not trained in how to fix these instruments, and we cannot decree, therefore, unless one comes to fix an instrument, for it is a thing that happens so infrequently, right? That a lay person would be able to fix it. So it is possible that because of this, the custom is to be lenient on all of this. Ve'efshar sha'al zen hagu lahakel bakol, and that therefore we can, and they're talking about instruments, we're applying it to cars, that we would be lenient in general. So that was the first area of concern. And the second area of halakha that we looked at here was the question of Tikkun Shabbat, the Shabbat boundaries. Turn it back to Rabbi Leff.
So the Shabbat boundaries, this is actually an issue that was not addressed in the 1950 paper that we felt needed to be added. So there's this concept of the Shabbat boundary based on a passage in the Torah in Exodus that no man should leave his place on the seventh day, place referring to the city's Sabbath limits. The Torah doesn't explicitly state what the limit is. But so within a congested area, it's whatever the length of the congested area. In other words, whatever the size of the city is. So, for example, Manhattan is entirely, congested. You can't go, any significant distance in Manhattan without being near buildings and so on. And so what the rabbis determined was that the measure was 12 mil, which is about 8 miles from the edge of the built-up area. So once the houses start getting spread out, when they're more than about 70 yards apart, from that last house, an additional 8 miles is the biblical extent of the Tikkun. The rabbis biblically made it much smaller. They made it 2,000 amot, which is to say about 3,000 feet, a little over half a mile. And we follow the principle that rabbinic prohibitions can be set aside for the sake of a mitzvah, which we'll define as things, for the purposes of Shabbat, but biblical things cannot. So the biblical violation would be a hard stop. And so we're comfortable saying you can go beyond the 2,000 amot that the rabbis permitted, but you can't go beyond the 8 miles that is understood as the biblical prohibition, the biblical limit. And this idea, by the way, that, rabbinic prohibitions can be set aside for the sake of a mitzvah is not some, new, novel, conservative, liberal thing. That's a basic accepted principle of halakha that you can see in many traditional places. I think one of the clearest examples is the fact that if a circumcision needs to happen on the 8th day and the 8th day is Shabbat, you can override some of the rabbinical prohibitions against certain things like carrying and so on for the sake of fulfilling the mitzvah of circumcision, where you can get into disagreements. And probably our biggest disagreement with our colleagues on the other paper is where you draw those lines. What are the things that are important enough to say you'll set it aside, and what are the things that aren't important enough? How do you weigh those things? And then beyond the question of the Tikkun Shabbat, there's the question of just carrying and riding on Shabbat. Is just riding in a car in and of itself prohibited?
Yeah, and that's the issue. Well, the issue of carrying, right? So there's two issues with carrying. One is, am I carrying things with me to get to the car? But also, is the car itself part of carrying? And that question was asked because it goes back again to the bicycle. That when there was discussions when bicycles were invented, whether it was permitted to use the bicycle on Shabbat, and one issue was Shamayita Kain that we talked about. Another issue is if there's no Eruv, are you carrying the bicycle because you're taking something and you're moving that thing from one place to another place? And carrying in the Mishnah is explained that the prohibition is to carry from one private domain to a public domain, or from one private domain to another private domain. So when you cross a reshut, right, a domain, that way you have moved something from one to another. The way to get around that is an eruv, and there are different types of eruv, where the eruv to carry is it basically extends the domain. It's as if everyone is in one property, and that way people can carry on Shabbat. They can push strollers, they can carry food to someone else's house for a Shabbat dinner, etc. So if there is an eruv, then there are fewer things to be concerned about. But if there is not an eruv, we're living in a place where there's not an eruv, and if one has to use a vehicle to get to synagogue because one lives too far to walk to the synagogue, then it is likely that one would, if there's no eruv or one is outside the eruv, because there's a significant amount of distance that is being crossed. So just on the question of, before we're talking about carrying small things, let's look at the larger thing. Can I move the car from my garage to the street, then to the synagogue parking lot? Have I carried the car? And that's why we put the source here on the sheet from the Ben Ish Chai, who's a Baghdadi rabbi, and he's writing about a something that was used in Bombay, and it's a bicycle. The bicycle, he calls it a gari, which might be a version of carriage, to carry, but it describes it exactly as a bicycle. See, it says the gari shekavua bo shnei gilgulim, that has two wheels. Ve'ena moshkinoto behemot. It's not pushed by animals. Below b'nei adam, and is not pushed by people. Elahu me'alech me'alav, but rather he, meaning the person who is on it, is pushing it through his own, through the means of Adam Yashebo. It's being pushed by the person who is sitting on it, by moving the wheels with his legs. This is basically a description of what a bicycle is, which was just, before the late 19th century, were not that common. And then the question is whether it's permissible to use the bicycle on Shabbat. And his answer is that, as you can see in the description, that it's not being, if you had animals pulling a carriage, right? Like horses pulling a carriage, then they're carrying the carriage. If you have people that is holding a litter, right? Or carrying a carriage and it's by human motor, then that's fine. But in this case, the motor is the human who's sitting on it that's simply moving the legs that move the wheels, as opposed to standing outside of the carriage and pushing it forward. So the way that the Ben Ish Chai is describing it is that doesn't constitute carrying.
But I think one way to look at it might be the bicycle is carrying you as opposed to you're carrying the bicycle.
Nice. Yes, the bicycle's carrying you. And then, so there are other opinions there saying that that's when we talk about carrying, this is not what we're talking about. And the way we then apply that to driving a car is that all the more so, right? If I'm not carrying the carriage, but the bicycle's carrying me, I'm still moving that motor with my motor. Whereas in a car, this is another kal v'chomer, where the only physical exertion of me is putting the pedal to the metal, so to speak. And it's just my foot up and forth. If I got a stick shift, that's all. So if we understand a permissibility to use a bicycle again, then all the more so would we not be concerned, would we not consider it carrying for a car. And then from this tshuva of the Ben Ish Chai, that it was a very critical position in terms of understanding the complexities of riding a bicycle on Shabbat. We did want to draw attention to this other very, very important phrase. Va'od ein ligzor gezerot chadashot midatenu, that we shouldn't add new decrees based on our opinions. V'dai she'amdu anshe adarot ha'ela. It's enough that the people of our generations is a her begazerot ha'meforshim lahadya b'divrei chachamim, that they should be cautious with the famous established decrees of the sages. Therefore, we can permit here the shufi, which is another also bicycle, whether it's on Shabbos or Yom Tov, be'ir sheyesh bo eruv, afilu holech l'tayah, when it's especially when there's an eruv, that even just for travel for its own sake, but then elsewhere extends even when there's not an eruv. So it was an important sentence in terms of just a general hashkafa, an approach to halakha, that we don't have to create new prohibitions. Right? If there's a way to permit something, we shouldn't have to make it harder for people to enjoy or to celebrate Shabbat. And this goes back to the overall question of the Shvut of Shabbat, where there is, of course, some overlap but significant disagreement with us and our colleagues, Rabbi Schwartz and Wiener. That is it the use of the thing, the technology, that constitutes a violation of the spirit of Shabbat, as they argue, or is technology merely an extension of ourselves and an agent of ourselves that can be utilized could certainly be utilized to do things that are in violation of Shabbat or not in the spirit of Shabbat, but the technology can also be used to enhance or enable or permit us to observe Shabbat, and that would be where the use of the electric car in Shabbat would apply.
I was actually very happy that we had the opportunity to add this, because ever since I first studied this Teshuva of the Ben Ish Chais, which is like 20 years ago now, I've been wanting to quote that phrase that we don't go making up new decrees, just because, as a matter of philosophy, I love it. It's like the Torah forbids enough stuff. We don't need to go looking for more things to forbid.
So one other thing with carrying that came up was one of our, when we were discussing as a law committee, was asked, well, what about your wallet? What about your driver's license? And especially if there is no eruv, right? So if the car doesn't count as carrying, what about little things? What about your talis bag to go to shul? So regarding the driver's license, in most jurisdictions, it is a requirement to have your driver's license when you're operating a motor vehicle. So in general, the law of the land should apply, and that should be considered a part of the equipment of the car, because you're not supposed to use it without that. And can you carry it then into the car or out? There are different ways to think about it. One way that we suggested, an easy way, is you have your driver's license in your wallet. You might also, it was suggested, you might need some emergency cash or credit card in case something happens on the road and you don't want to be in a situation where you can't get out of a dangerous circumstance. So an easy solution is to just have the wallet in a secure place in the car, and where it's not visible, where it's safe, and then you just leave it in the car, and it's there before Shabbat, and it's there. You don't see it. You don't worry about it. You don't touch it, because one of the other issues also is the whole category of mukseh, which means we don't touch things that we don't use on Shabbat. So we can leave it in the car. Another approach was whether we're carrying certain things, and money would be a mukseh issue, but if it's just the driver's license, if you just put it in your pocket, you handle it the same way you handle keys. And there are various different ways of handling that on Shabbat, and then the question of what about your talis bag? Can you put it in the car? Can you take it from the car into the synagogue? Well, that depends on if there's an eruv. It depends on if you can carry from the parking lot into the synagogue or not, which is really different in every circumstances. What's the policy of the rabbi of that synagogue? Is it okay to bring things out of the building into the parking lot, from the parking lot back out, into the building? So however that's understood, the same thing would apply for people coming in cars. We tried to take the approach here, to excuse the pun, of not reinventing the wheel. Right? And however we handle these other things, people walking to shul, what can they bring or not? The same thing would apply here.
And then we come to the sort of the overall question of driving in the spirit of Shabbat. And the question of Shvut. Shvut literally means rest, right? As in Shabbat. And there are different approaches that can be taken. You can say the rabbis can decide what's in keeping with the spirit of Shabbat or what's not in keeping with the spirit of Shabbat. And there may be some things that are obvious, and you can say, make one rule for everybody. But in many cases, what's in keeping with the spirit of Shabbat is a very individual and personal thing. So I'll give you an example. I went skiing on Shabbat exactly once. I convinced myself that the ski lift was like a Shabbat elevator. It's going whether I get on or not. I had my lift ticket. I had a ski in, ski out condo. I didn't have to, really carry anything or whatever. But I only did it once because it just didn't feel Shabbastic. Even taking it a little easy and going a little slower, it just didn't feel like a Shabbat activity. So I wouldn't do it again, even though I was able to convince myself that as a technical issue, it was okay. And similarly, I'm a runner, but I never go running on Shabbat, because for me, Shabbat is Yom Menucha. It's a day of rest. And, I take that as one of the days when I do a resting and I don't run. On the other hand, I know someone who was also a distance runner, and he was, worked a very, demanding job with a law firm. And the only time where he could get enough time to do a long run was on Shabbat. And for him, that was a way that he relaxed and he enjoyed it, and it was a very pro-Shabbat activity for him. So for him, it was okay to run on Shabbat. And for me, it wasn't. There's nothing that technically is a prohibition with running on Shabbat, unless you're a real long distance runner and you're going to violate the tomb. But, for me, it was just something that wasn't in keeping with the spirit of Shabbat. And I think at the end of the day, that's really probably the biggest difference between our paper and Rabbis Weiner and Schwartz. So Rabbis Weiner and Schwartz are opposed to the original driving teshuva, and therefore also opposed to this driving teshuva, because they feel it's not good for community, that people should live walking distance to the synagogue. And if you say it's okay to drive, then you're taking away an incentive for people to have the kind of community that you can have from people all living in walking distance to each other. And I think Rabbi Fein and I feel that, that train has already left the station and it's not coming back. I had a congregant in Birmingham who was the daughter of a rabbi who told me, thank God for the driving teshuva, because she had to live far from the synagogue for the sake of her children's education. As is common, the synagogue was in an older part of town. The neighborhood had deteriorated. The schools weren't very good. And so to get good schools for her kids, she had to live, too far away from the synagogue to walk. But it was important to her to be both, Shomer Mitzvot and Shomer Shabbat, and observing the rules of Shabbat and living where she needed to live for the sake of her children. She didn't want to feel she had to choose between her children's education and her commitment to Judaism. So I think it's important to have this option. And so in our paper, we say, we note that the positive command tishbot, to rest on Shabbat, which is the source of the whole area of Shavuot prohibitions, is fulfilled not only through the negative observance of refraining from certain actions, but also the positive fulfillment of Oneg Shabbat, the joy of Shabbat. So there are two sides to Shabbat, Shemor v'Zachor, to guard Shabbat and to remember Shabbat. So doing the positive commandments for Shabbat is an important part of Shabbat. And so we feel we need to encourage those. In 2004, Rabbi Castle Abelson, then chair of the CJLS, wrote in a reflection on the 1950 decision on driving to synagogue, the question now arises, should we enlarge this permission to drive to the synagogue for services to include other vital Jewish activities that would strengthen a sense of community with other Jews? Should we permit driving to Jewish homes on Friday evening for Shabbat meals that would be celebrated with kindling candles, Kiddush, and Birkat HaMazon? Is driving to a Torah study group on Shabbat permissible? Is driving to a Chavarah for some Jewish cultural activity to be permitted? Has the time come for the issuing of a new program for the revitalization of the Sabbath in the 21st century? So it's almost 20 years later, but I think that's what Rabbi Fein and I are doing with our renewed response on the Sabbath. We're saying, yes, we should be able to do those things. And assuming that Rabbi Abelson meant that the Shabbat candles were lit before candle lighting time, we would agree that all of his suggestions would likely fall into the category of one's spirit of Shabbat, or Oneg Shabbat, joy of Shabbat. And to these, we would add spending time with friends and family, or going to a park or other place to enjoy nature or the aesthetic workings of humanity, such as a museum, assuming, of course, that you can go into the museum for free, that you're not spending money. As all of these things are at a relaxed pace that is restorative and dissimilar to weekday activity, as long as one does not expend money or violate any other area of halakha, whether the areas we delineated, in other words, the things that we've been talking about so far this evening, or other things we haven't listed, then we would consider these as acceptable and laudable forms of Oneg Shabbat, and therefore okay to drive your electric car to. We intentionally did not extend it to the internal combustion engine and the 1950 paper, because that introduces different issues, and we just, didn't want to go there. It was easier for us to say we'll limit it to to the electric cars. And I guess I'll also share a personal experience on the importance of this positive commandment of Oneg Shabbat. So when I was secular for a long time, then when I went to rabbinical school, I became, sort of cranked up my observance level. And, for several years, I would never, take advantage of the driving Teshuva to drive to synagogue or anywhere else on Shabbat. Until, I can remember, more or less exactly when I was visiting my sister in Denver in the winter, and I was staying with her over Shabbat, and she's like, the synagogue is across town and way too far to walk. And I just really felt the need to be with community on Shabbat, right? I mean, I was already a rabbi. I know how to pray. I could have, stayed home and prayed on my own, but the need to be part of community on Shabbat was strong enough that I said, yeah, okay. Even though I still have some questions about that internal combustion engine thing, but I'm going to take advantage of that heter, that permission to drive and be with community on Shabbat. I think it's a very important thing to have those positive Shabbat experiences. And certainly sharing a Shabbat meal or learning Torah are equally essential to Shabbat and the Oneg Shabbat, the joy of Shabbat, as attending the synagogue. And for many people, it's even more the essence of Shabbat than attending the synagogue.
Yeah, so we kind of winked with a wink. We implied that one could extend the driving tshuva with any kind of car.
Hamevin yevin.
Exactly. But we were comfortable saying explicitly that with a solely electric car it would be permitted, because and we don't see that as actually a new decision. We're just extending the position on electricity that we had quoted at the beginning from Rabbi Newlander from 73 years ago, when he said, as long as the electricity is used for a purpose that is permitted, then it is, or even the majority paper had said it for the purpose of Oneg Shabbat, like the use of electric lights, which was then in that case, that was the Morris Adler, Jacob Agus, Theodore Friedman paper, then the action would be permitted. So what they did not know, that because the technology has changed that we have now, is that the entire car can operate solely through electricity, and therefore it can take me to a place that I otherwise could not reach on Shabbat, that might enhance my the sense of the observance of Shabbat. And that's why our list of other examples, expanding what Rabbi Abelson did, was a list by example. It's not an exclusive list, because because the nature of the spirit of Shabbat is so subjective, and it all completely depends on the person, right? You take a Shabbat walk, but there are places that you probably shouldn't walk on Shabbat, right? That might be an unpleasant place to walk through, or it could be something connected with the workday, like walking through a busy train station where everyone is rushing and commuting in and out. Even if you don't getting on the train and you're not buying things from the kiosks, that's still not a Shabbistic way to walk in the midst of a rush hour rush, right? But if you can get to a park and walk by a lake, that's going to feel Shabbistic. So the question is, if you can use the electricity to get you there, right? Then does that help us in the Oneg, in the understanding of Oneg Shabbat? And the other thing that I wanted to say about extending it beyond simply synagogue is that we understand that people approach the holy in different ways. And especially those of us working in the rabbinate, we are all acutely aware that not all of our congregants are coming to shul on a weekly basis on Shabbos. But part of the purpose, the intention behind the original responsive of the Sabbath in 1950 was that the observance of Shabbat is supposed to be a whole observance. It wasn't restricted to the synagogue. It gave a whole list of suggestions of how one brings the Shabbat into their home and how you observe it on the table, the home. We don't want the observance of Shabbat to depend on presence of the synagogue. They did say it's okay to drive the synagogue because that's a very important element of the observance of Shabbat, but it's not the entirety of the observance of Shabbat. Unlike Yom Kippur, Shabbat services do not last the entire day. But Shabbos should, and sometimes it's after shul is when one really gets a sense of Oneg Shabbat. When you
and in the summer in the far north, Shabbat lasts a really long time.
It is. There is no. There's no more restful moment in the week of a rabbi than when you go home after Kiddush on Shabbos morning, and that's significant. So we wanted to appreciate that there are ways to experience the magic of Shabbat that extends beyond the four walls of the synagogue, and that's part of sort of learning how to reach people where they are. And finding multiple avenues to people to access the holy. So in that sense, that was important. We felt it was important for us to make those suggestions and encourage that conversation at the end of our paper.
And with the time remaining, we need to share our bottom line.
There you go.
So
we have the list of what we call Piskei Din, which are the conclusions, and this is the format of law committee paper. Is that it's basically a kindness to the reader, that because a lot of the papers are much longer than this one, but
ours is only 13 pages with 29.
Only 13 pages. I think our colleague's paper is over 70, right?
Yeah.
So, but you can jump to the end and you can look at the conclusion, and then you see where we're trying to get to. So we'll go through some of those conclusions just to clarify the bottom line. And the first one, so I'll start us off here, is that use of an electric car per se is not a violation of Shabbat, as assuming other rules of Shabbat are being followed, such as staying with the Shabbat, the Sabbath boundaries, and that driving is not for non-Shabbat purposes. So that was the general understanding of the permission. But then we didn't stop there.
And then other rules related to driving on Shabbat, such as not traveling beyond the Tikkun Shabbat. And here we're following the greater biblical measure of approximately 8 miles or 13 kilometers, and or carrying in an area without an Erev should be preserved when using an electric vehicle, or for that matter, an internal combustion engine, if you're following the opinion of Rabbis Adler, Friedman, and Agus, to get to the synagogue on Shabbat. So you follow the other rules, basically the biblical rules we have to be pretty strict about, and the other rules we follow, as closely as we can.
And then number 3, and by the way, let me also make a point that these papers are still in committee. So the draft, there's still minor changes that are making, and I even, and so it's we shared it here for purposes of this tikkun, but the final wording, the final terminology is not set until the law committee votes on the paper, and should they decide to pass it. So number 3, for those who drive to synagogue on Shabbat, driving an all-electric car is preferable to driving a conventional car, as it does away with any possible concerns about the status of the internal combustion engine. So we're not disagreeing with the Adler, Agus, and Friedman paper from 1950, but we're just saying that it's preferable, because it's even easier halakhic argument to drive an electric car. What we don't say here, but is also true, and we do say it elsewhere in the paper, is that there's the environmental concern as well, that it is preferable to drive, and the whole auto industry is in a transition to moving towards hybrid and then full electric vehicles. So that is something that's important to understand. We're having a tikkun now. It's an opportunity to make a tikkun in the world, and in a sense, to burn less fossil fuels. It's also it's the same reason why, not only for the observance of Shabbat, but for environmental reasons. Also, if you can walk, you don't have to, then don't get in a car if you can walk. But if you can't, and it's the way to get to shul, then in that case we're saying it is permissible, and the electric car is preferable to not that the internal combustion engine is forbidden, the electrical car is preferable.
And other uses of an electric car within the Tikkun Shabbat should only be for Oneg Shabbat purposes, for things that are for the sake of Shabbat, such as gathering with friends, because driving is normally uvdei dechol, a weekday activity, and this is part of how we make Shabbat special. And obviously you should not use your electric car to do something that's forbidden. Using your electric car to drive to the shopping center to buy stuff is not a permitted use of an electric car on Shabbat.
Then what about hybrid vehicles? And we did discuss that in the paper. The conclusion is a hybrid car, which is where the gas, it has the electric component, but it also has a gas engine that can kick in. It does not start immediately on turning the switch, right? If the gas engine doesn't turn on as soon as you start the car, then that's also preferable to a conventional car. And then if at some point while I'm driving, the internal combustion engine kicks in, then at that point it's what halachically is termed grama, which means it's a result that's an indirect cause of the gas of the operation of the car, right? It's not when you're driving a hybrid vehicle, it happens automatically. It's never your intent to turn on the gas engine component. When we were working on the paper, I was looking into, I didn't know that much about the technology of hybrid cars, that if it were possible to turn off the hybridity, right, and make it solely electric, then on Shabbos that would also be preferable. But
with some models of hybrid car, that is an option. So I actually drive two hybrids. I drive a Lexus hybrid in the States and Canada, and I've got a Toyota Prius in Israel. And the Prius has got an EV button you can push that puts it into electric vehicle mode, and it'll run just as an electric, as far as it can, which isn't very far, but it will go some distance, whereas the Lexus doesn't have that. But in either event, when I get in and push the start button, nothing happens, right? It stays quiet.
Right. So again, there's a gradation there, right? That if you can keep it in electric only, then that's preferable. But if you can't, either because the car doesn't have the ability to switch it, or because you wouldn't be able to get that far to get to synagogue, then the hybrid is still preferable to a conventional internal combustion engine, because we're not controlling when the internal combustion engine goes on. It's automatic through the computer, which is preferable than a conventional car. Not to say that the conventional car is not permitted if that's the way you have to get to shul.
And that idea of a hierarchy also fits into our final point, which is when possible, we encourage walking or riding a bicycle, as they are at a slower pace and more conducive to the spirit of Shabbat, and are not so closely associated with the work week for most Jews. Weather conditions may also dictate which mode of transportation is more conducive to Oneg Shabbat. So I've been here in Montreal for 11 months. I'm here as a interim rabbi, and I was fortunate enough to find a place to rent close to the synagogue. The only day that I drove to the synagogue in the 11 months that I've been here is the day that the temperature reached -40. And -40 is the same in Fahrenheit and in Celsius. It is very cold. And I considered it pekuach nefesh, not to walk to the synagogue in -40, although my Hazzan did, but not me.
Well, if taking the car was not pikuach nefesh, minimally it was Oneg Shabbat.
It was definitely Oneg Shabbat.
Yes.
It is not pleasant to go for a stroll in -40.
So we are grateful for the opportunity to present this paper tonight, and we wish everyone a Chag Sameach.
Indeed.
Chag Sameach, and we're very excited to be able to take our electric car to the dog park now on Shabbat.
Ending the committee voting in favor. I have to say, Rabbi Feinstein and Leff, when I was in rabbinical school, which was not that long ago, but it was the beginning of my rabbinical school days. One of my classmates actually asked the question to one of our rabbis, who I won't name here today, about electric vehicles, and the response given to us at that time was, "We're not ready for that tshuva. Don't write it yet." So I'm glad to also see that in the decade or so since that comment, we've moved to a time where we're ready for that tshuva. So I look forward to seeing the final draft of it when it is presented to the world. And thank you again for being here, and Chag Sameach to both of you.
Chag Sameach.
Thank you. Chag Sameach.
We are going to finish up our evening tonight. Thank you so much for everybody who has stuck with us through the entire night. For those of you that are just tuning in now, for those of you that are watching this after Chag on the recording, thank you for your participation as well. It's really special to be able to put on these programs, and we cannot do it alone, that is for sure. So we've been thanking some of our sponsors all throughout the night. I'd like to thank a couple more here today, and that includes Flatbush and Sha'arei Torah Jewish Center in New York, and Congregation Sha'arei Torah of Portland, Oregon, as well as the hosts for this evening, exploringjudaism.org. Thank you truly for making this a reality. I hope everyone watching today has enjoyed the learning as much as we have, and as much as our son Shalom has, though thank God he finally went down to sleep for real for the night. So hopefully he'll stay asleep until morning time. And if you've got small children at home, hopefully they learned and became passionate about Torah, and then also are now heading to bed.
Thank you so much. We are going to hear some Akdamut. And we learned a little bit about it early in the evening. So let's apply what we learned and listen to Akdamut. Laila Tov, have a wonderful rest of your evening learning.
And Chag Sameach.
Akdamut is a unique and powerful moment in the Jewish liturgical cycle where we stop the action of our service in order to wax poetic about God's gift of Torah to us. The poem was composed about 1,000 years ago in Germany by Meir ben Yitzchak, and we know that because he's written his name into the first letter of each line of the second half of the poem, which begins as an alphabetical acrostic. What you'll hear next are 45 cantors from across the globe chanting this poem and lending their gifts and their voices to our experience of revelation. I hope that it brings just a little bit of community to our lives as we are in a period of physical distancing. Let this be the very last Chag, the very last Jewish holiday we spend apart from each other.
בחודש השלישי לצאת בני ישראל מארץ מצרים ביום הזה באו מדבר סיני.
Akdamut milin v'sharayut shuta avla shakilna haman u'shuta
Bivavei terei utlat teftach b'nakshuta Bivarei dvarei v'tarei adei lekashishuta
Givuran almin le velasefik perishuta Givil iludaki kene kolchurshata
Dio ilu yamei v'chol meicheni shuta Dairei ar asofrei v'roshmei rashvata
Hadar marishmaya v'shalit biyabeshta Hakim al mayichidai v'chabshe b'chabshuta
Uvlale ushachlele Uvlate shashuta Uvata kalila Deleit pei b'shashuta
Zamen kol avite Bahach yomei shita Zohoi kare ali Alei chasiyeh de'eshata
Chayal elef alfin V'ribol shamshuta Chad tin nevol tzafrin Sagiat terashuta
Tefei yekidin serafin Kelul kapeshita Te'emad yitehev lehon Shedikin be'adishta
Yikabalun and din midin Shavei de la vishashta Yikar melechol aram Letalote kirushta
Kekol min kodam shaddai Kekol min vishuta Keruvim kovel galgalin Meromemin be'afshata
למחזה באנדפה אין כבת גירי קשתה, לכל אתר דמשתלחין זריזין בהשוותה.
מברכין בריך יקרא, בכל לשון לחישותה, מאתר בית שכינתי, דלה צריך בחישותה.
נהים כל חיל מרמה, מקלסין בחששתה, נהירה מלכותי, לדר ודר להפרשתה.
Ramachon gerushta bevad, halfashata, sium adil alan, veufla lishvuata.
Hadabeg yekara chazante, Habibin de bikvata, Avirin leichatipa, bidnach ushekata.
Prishan maratel bebaleruta, Prishatesh v'cheychavun b'shauta.
צבי וחמיד רגיג דילול בלאותה, צלוטון בחן מקבל ועניה באותה.
כתירה לחי עלמה, ותגע בשבועתה, קובל יקר תותפתה, יציבה בקביעותה.
רשימה היא גופה בחוכמתה ובדעתה, רבות הון דישראל כרהי בשמתה.
שבח ריבון עלמה אמירה דחפתה, שפרלה לך בויה באפה מלכבתה.
טעין ומתקנשין כחזו התוותה, טמאים ושיילין לי בעסק התוותה.
Menano ma'an hurachimach Shapira berevata Arum beginei safit midor aryevata
Yekarav ya'at in tarvi lemarvata Rutek na'avid lich bechol atrevata
בחוכמתה מטיבתה להון, כצת להודעותה, ידעתהון חק מנלי, באשת מודעותה.
רבותכון מחשיבה, כובל ההיא שבחתה, רבותה דיעבד לי, קרמתיה שתה.
במתלי נהורה, ותחפה לכון בהתה, יקרך גד יתגלה, בתוקפה ובגבורתה.
ישלם גמוליה, לשנאי ונגבתה, צדקת עלם חביב, ושגיא זכבתה.
חדוש למה במתי, ומנדח יתה, כי יתד ירושלים, כד יחנש קרבתה.
יקרא מתיללה ביומי וליל ותה, גנונה למבט הבא, בתשפחן כלילתה.
לזהור ענניים, למשפר קהילתה, לפומי דאבידתה, אבידן מטלתה.
בתבתקי דהב פיזה ושבה מעלתה, תחי מן צדיקי קדם רב מעלתה.
רבי הונדמה לסבעה חדוותה, רקיע בזהורה וכוכבי זיוותה.
הדרת לה אפשר, למפרט ספבתה, ולה ישתמע וחמי, נביאן חזבתה.
בלה שלטה וגועד נגינתה, מתי לבחינגה, לבהדי דשכינתה.
עלי רמזדן הוא ברם באמתנותה, סברנה לי בשוויין תקוף המנותה.
יד ברנן על מין עלי מין מדמותה, מנדילן דמילכד מין פריש ברמותה, תלולי דלוויתן וטורטור רמותה, וחד בחד כי סביך ועבד קרבותה.
תלולה דליבתן וטורטור רמותה, וחד בחד כי סביך ועביד קרבותה.
בקנוהי מנגח בהמוס בפוסו,
מקרב לבריה, וחרבה ברב רבותה, אריסון צדיקה, יתקן בשירותה.
מסחרין לתקה, וחדקו וגומרתה. נגידין כמהון, אפרסמון נהרתה.
ומתפנקין ורבה בחסר רווייתה. חמר מרת דמי בראשית, נתיר בנבתה.
זכאין כשמתון שבחדה שירתה, כביעין כן תבן, בהנהו חבורתה.
ותזכון דתתבון בלדרתה, הרי תציתון למילאי דנפקין בהדרתה.
מרומם הוא אלוהים דקדמתה ובהתרייתה, צבי ויתרייבן ומסרלן אורייתה.
ויסעו מרפידים, ויבואו מדבר סיני, ויחנו במדבר, ויחן שם ישראל נגד.
לשם ייחוד קודשא בריחו ושכינתי, הנני מוכן ומזומן לקיים מצוות עשה. לשם ייחוד קודשא בריחו ושכינתי, הנני מוכן ומזומן לקיים מצוות עשה. של ספירת העומר, של ספירת העומר, של ספירת העומר, של ספירת העומר.
שבע שבתות תמימות תהיינה, שבע שבתות תמימות תהיינה.
ברוך אתה אדוני אלוהינו מלך העולם, אשר קידשנו במצוותיו וציוונו על ספירת העומר, על ספירת העומר, על ספירת העומר, על ספירת העומר.
שבע שבתות תמימות תהיינה,
Shabbat